with a international company called Schlumberger. And at that time, I met Patricia, and I decided to move to leave that company. Even I have opportunity to grow, progress as a professional over there. I decided to leave the company. I found out a job here with ConocoPhillips, and I moved. I used to do basically training for that company in the reservoir engineering and production engineering, everything related to the oil business. So when I came here, I keep the job as a petroleum engineer in the reservoir area with ConocoPhillips. But sorry, I started back in Venezuela since I graduated in 19. I started the company in 1997 in Venezuela main oil company. So yeah, I've been working for a while with them in the area. So when I was here on Conoco, I worked until October 2015 when I got laid off.
You were laid off in 2015.
Yes.
Okay. After you stopped working in oil and gas, what did you and your wife decide would be your next career move?
When I got laid off, I started working on with some health health and life insurance company. I was working with them for approximately 10 months as a part-time. I got my license on insurance, life insurance. But at some point we decided that I was working as a part-time because I was taking care of my daughter transportation and after school activities. And um, we decided to stop working on the insurance and stayed at home to finish a master degree that I have on my schedule that was already paid the big portion of the master and take care of my daughter and activity, basically be at home and do that part of duties.
So after you got laid off, you started working insurance, and you and your wife decided that you were going to finish your master's degree and take care of your daughter. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. When did you eventually decide to try teaching?
In 2018, I started doing some volunteer jobs for the school where my daughter was attending. And I started participating, collaborating. Actually, I used to belong to the PTA, doing some father school activities called Watchdog. I was a coordinator. And I started providing some support at the school with the logistic, administrative part of the school. They allowed me to help them as a volunteer. And I was, they invite me they asked me, they knew that I was doing this master. And one day I say, oh, I would like to have a part-time while I'm studying. So the people, the school, including the admin people, they listen that and they offer me opportunity to be a sub teacher. So that way I could keep doing the work that I was doing for them and get some pay at the same time. So that year they named me the volunteer of the year. That was
Objection, non-responsive.
Sustained.
Mr. Alvarado, what,
Yes.
if any, awards did you receive from the school?
I was a volunteer of the year that year. Then they start offering me to provide some sub.
Objection, non-responsive.
Sustained.
That's okay, Mr. Alvarado. Thank you. You said that you were involved with the PTA. What was your wife's level of involvement at your daughter's school?
Um, she was participating in parents meeting. Meetings require her the presence of activities for my daughter, like shows or any other cultural activity for parents. Yeah,
Who participated at the school more, you or her?
me, I was more involved in the school.
How did your wife react when you told her that you wanted to go into teaching?
Um, I was spending time with my daughter and taking care of her, so it was like more convenient for the relation and be with my daughter close and get her schedule.
So your wife was supportive of you not working in oil and gas and taking care of your daughter. Is that right?
Objection leading.
Overruled. I think he's just clarifying. It is leading, but I'll allow it. You may answer that.
Yes, I was when I was doing the master, I was also applying for job, for work, working my based on my networking. Yeah, what I found out during this time was provide training for some oil companies, but that was sporadic. When I keep basically full time of the time that I have allowed to dedicate to the master.
Mr. Alvarado, was your wife supportive of you not working in oil and gas and taking care of your daughter?
Yeah, she was supporting me in the house, like because
Thank you, sir. At what time was it that you were working at the same school that your daughter attended? As soon as you started working, you worked at the same school she went to, right?
Objection
Yes.
leading.
Sustained.
At the time that you started working, what school did your daughter attend?
at what time?
At the time that you started working as a substitute teacher, what school did your daughter attend?
Oh, the same Fielder Elementary.
And describe for us what the normal daily routine was at your house once you worked at the same school that your daughter went to.
Oh, I used to get in the morning ready for my daughter because Patricia used to go early to work. I used to wake up Alana, provide breakfast, take her to the school, and I used to carpool with another friend. And in the morning, I take her. In the afternoon, he picked them, my daughter and his daughter. The next day, we switch. And in the afternoon, once I get my daughter at home, I used to provide the dinner and take her to the after school activities.
Okay. During the time that you were working at your daughter's school, how much was your wife working at that time?
She was full time.
And full time, you mean 40 hours a week, 60 hours a week, 80 hours a week?
At least 40 hours a week, the full time schedule. Probably some additional hours to get
And
work done.
physically, where was your wife working at?
Oh, Citgo Petroleum at the building on Aldrich.
Okay. So on a normal school day, when your wife's working full time at Citgo, when was she spending time with Elena normally?
At the night, mostly.
And about
on on weekends.
okay. And about how much time would she spend normally at night with her?
Since we arrive usually in the after work activities around 7:30, mostly to 9 p.m., which is sleeping time. What's the sleeping time? A little bit later.
So what time would your wife normally come home from work?
depending on her work, it was after mostly around 6. I would say the average time could be early, could be later.
Who normally made meals for Elena before or after she went to school?
Before she used to, I used to cook for the family, prepare the meals. But when I was uh, home at that time, I used to make or cook in the morning for her. Also, or get ready, make several food, and get options for dinner for the family.
Thank you. Mr. Alvarado, I would like to back up for just a second and talk a little bit more generally about the divorce and not about custody. What was your relationship like with your wife when you two first got married?
I was let's say it was as every relationship start was um I would say okay, but since the beginning, we really have a let's say lack of communication,
Objection,
clear communication.
non-responsive.
Rule. You may continue.
May I continue?
You may.
Yeah, there was a kind of lack of communication. Um, to be a new marriage, it wasn't like that kind of effective or let's say or clear communication to be a family. But we handled that for a while, yes.
So from the beginning of your marriage, you two weren't very close.
Objection, leading.
Same.
Mr. Alvarado, how close were you when you two first got married?
We were let's say we were good friends, trust, but no that kind of big I would say probably love, but no that kind of clear communication between both. But I say what we handle.
In your opinion, does your wife have a problem having relationships with other people?
She has been a kind of close person, and no with I would say the social level skills. She's not the most communicative person. Um, yes, no, a person that is gonna get involved in social environment easy or maintain that social environment with people.
How do you think that lack of communication skills has contributed to your divorce?
Um, a lot, a lot. Lack of communication or feedback in between us has been a strong issue in our relationship.
At what point in your marriage do you remember thinking that things were in trouble or a divorce might be possible?
We have several discussions in the past, but we overcame those situations. But later in 2019, things were uh, getting more serious.
Can you tell us when was the first year you remember having a conversation about divorce?
We didn't say divorce, but we say separation was on 2012 when we get just new in the house where she's living now, and things were kind of awkward for me. Um, I was feeling uncomfortable, and that bring to many discussion, and that was also related in different things make influence here. One is a lack of communication. The other one was uh, family, and the presence of the family in the house, and that kind of lack of communication and no feeling that I was getting any kind of internal feeling or whatever what their parents were doing in my house or the treatment that I was receiving.
Objection, I'm gonna object. It's starting to get narrative and non-responsive.
Sustained.
If I heard you correctly, Mr. Alvarado, you said that 2012 was the first time you and your wife talked about separation. Is that right?
Yeah. One day she got mad. We mentioned the word separate, but we overcame that situation. So
Mr. Alvarado, it might be significant. Who mentioned that word first, you or her?
I think it was on both sides. Really, like
Okay. Mr. Alvarado, to be fair to your wife, you have contributed to the breakup of this marriage, correct?
Yes, I have been contributed to the break of this marriage.
What have you done that's contributed to the breakup of this marriage?
I committed an affair in 2019.
Why did you cheat on your wife, sir?
I would say there was a lot of things involved. That was in 2019. I was laid off in 2015. I was working as a part-time, as I mentioned. Then in January 2016, after we decided that I stayed at home, I started working on my master. And since that point until I was taking care of the house, doing these studies at home because the university is in Scotland, so everything was online, and I was taking care of my daughter. Our communication was was degrading with time. We really get to a point that you say hi and bye, and there was no any kind of affection or any kind of good communication. Everything was like a normal, like a common social friends. Uh, we as a couple we didn't have much relation, and I was at the house basically for 2.5 years, and I really feel like I don't know, for that time, no affection, no communication, no interest probably in both sides, and most of the time for the 2018 2019 the communication with her was basically uh, few, and
I'm
no
going
answer.
to object. This is, again, starting to get narrative, repetitive.
Mr. Alvarado, do
Yes.
you regret cheating on your wife?
Yes, I do.
How long did that affair last?
The fair lasts less than 3 months.
How did your wife find out about the affair?
She told me that she found out after a private investigation, and I say yes, and I recognize, and I told her yes.
So your wife hired a private investigator who found out about your affair, correct?
Yeah, that's what she told me. Yes.
When she confronted you about the affair, what did she say?
That she had the proof that she knows the person, and that she had been talking to a lawyer, and she gave me some details of her plan at that moment, and we started talking about possibility to continue or not. But
What were the details of her plan at that moment you just mentioned?
she told me right away that day that she told me about she knew that she said that she hired a private investigator. She find out everything. That she talked to a lawyer. The the proposal that she had at that time was to get she will keep our properties, uh, all the properties that we need to sell would be the money will be put in account to my daughter, and want me to leave the house, and that I could live with my 401k retirement money, and otherwise, that was her proposal. If I didn't accept that proposal, she would tell the the other party that was I got affair about that.
So just so I'm clear, your wife confronted you about the affair through evidence
Yes.
she got from a private investigator, correct?
Yes,
And then when she did, she told you that she already had a lawyer, correct?
yeah, she talked to a lawyer. Yes,
And she had a proposal for you, correct?
yes,
Was that proposal in writing?
yes,
The proposal was already in writing, correct?
yeah. She sent me she sent me that she wrote that and she read it, and she sent me the note for me to have it.
So, and then your wife said that she was going to expose your affair to the other party and their family if you didn't agree to her terms on the divorce. Is that right?
Yes.
When your wife confronted you about the affair, were you two sleeping in the same bedroom at that time?
Until that, no, on the same bed. I started sleeping in a small mattress in the same bed, and then I moved to upstairs bedroom
When did you move upstairs?
after we had those discussions.
And when was that? When did your wife confront you about the affair?
It was around June 2019.
Around June 20.
May, June 2019, yes.
Okay. When your wife confronted you about the affair, you were working as a teacher at Elena's school?
I was partially sub, yes.
Okay. And your wife was working full-time at Citgo?
Yes.
To your knowledge, Mr. Alvarado, how much was your wife making at Citgo on a yearly basis then?
Sincerely, I did not track the money that she earned or the money that she handled. I just, I'm not that kind of detail or micromanagement money tracker. But I know she was, at that time, you mean 2019 at that time?
At the time she confronted you about the affair?
Yeah, it was at least 200,000 a year.
She was making at least $200,000 a year.
Yeah, around that money, yes.
Describe the living situation at your home after your wife confronted you about the affair.
It wasn't comfortable. It wasn't comfortable. By that time, by 2019, June, July, August, she asked me to leave the house. And yes, I proceed. I left the house. We talked to our daughter, so told her that if she rather to have a happy parents separated, or father discussing all the time at home, and I left the house by August 2019.
So you decided to move out of the house to decrease the tension between you and your wife. Is that right?
Yes.
Why did you not agree to the terms of the divorce your wife offered you?
Because that was built on what we have was built together since the beginning, since 2008 when I came here. We got married in 2009. Let's say since we got married to be everything according to the law. Yeah, we put all together. By the time I started working here, I basically made double the money that she used to make at that time. We were living in her small house. We decided to move to another house. We found a good deal. Um, we did it together. We have to put the money, and then things were in our favor, and we decided to get some other properties, and I think that
Objection, this is narrative.
Sustained.
Mr. Alvarado, what was your wife offering you in terms of custody of your daughter?
she told me at that time that I would have. She said I will keep my daughter, and that she will provide me according to the law. What she said, she will provide me the standard visitation. She will be living with her, and I will be allowed to see my daughter on weekends with parents visiting on Thursday.
So you didn't agree to the terms of the divorce because you didn't think the property division was fair and you disagreed with custody. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. Mr. Alvarado, when you moved out of the marital home, where did you move to?
I moved to apartments in close to La Centerra in Katy, small apartment.
After moving out of the marital home, how would you arrange to have possession of your daughter?
Talking to her, I'm basically accepting what she proposed or what her will. So yes,
When you say her, do you mean your wife or your daughter?
no, my wife.
Your wife. So after you moved out, you would contact your wife to see if she would allow you to see your daughter. Is that right?
Yes, that was we talked when I left, and that was basically her proposal, and I just follow the what she proposed. I wanted to see my daughter. So
Were there times you asked to see Elena and your wife wouldn't let you?
at the beginning was kind of rough and tough. Sometimes she said that she had something on schedule, um, and change the day or delay the visit. But with time, things started getting more better. Like no, not what I wanted, but I was happy to see my daughter.
What effect has being forced out of your marital home had on your relationship with Elena?
I think distance between my daughter and me, lack of quality time since things has been restricted at the beginning. Was kind of restriction. I wasn't agree, but I do my best. For example, if I pick her up on Saturday at 2 p.m., I had to return it up Sunday at 2 p.m. and that kind of situation. So it wasn't I wasn't allowed to get that quality time with my daughter.
What effect did that have on your daughter?
It's kind of like, I wouldn't say it's sad, but feels like it's not a complete enjoy for me, neither for her, and could feel that. And she wasn't that happy. She said like, when I had to go back, I would like to spend more time. That,
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Mr. Alvarado, after you moved into your apartment and out of the marital home, what was the normal daily routine like for Elena?
she was at school. Patricia had somebody because she was leaving early for work. Patricia had somebody to pick her up, take her to the school. And after the school, I took her of, I take her and wait until Patricia comes to pick her up, or we agreed to meet some places somewhere else to get Alana and take her back home. So I basically see her at the school every day, and every lunchtime I had 2-3 minutes to go talk to her during her lunchtime, just because I was available to do it.
So after your wife asked you to leave the marital, you continued to help her provide childcare, correct?
Yeah, I was taking care of. I got the opportunity to do it, and I took the advantage to take time with my daughter after school. Sometimes I was allowed an extra hour, or they have something to do, they pick it up right away. But yes, I spent time with after she finished the day of school. She came to my room because I was assigned to a room, and spent whatever time available we had.
Just 1 second. Someone's in the waiting room and they keep,
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I did that.
is this the witness we need to call out of order?
Ms. Malone?
Yes, sir. Sorry.
Is this the witness we need to call out of order?
Well, I was
Romina
just asking my
Marciano?
client if we can get her, or if she's gonna even be necessary at this juncture. She's checking.
What?
Yeah,
Pardon?
there was a witness you told the court you were going to call at 10:30, and we had an agreement to call them out of order. Someone appeared at 10:30 for like 2 seconds, and I was going to, the very next question, interrupt, but they logged out immediately. It was someone different than this lady here. But I've got a Romina Marciani. Is that the witness you were wanting to call at 10:30?
No, that is one of our witnesses. The witness we wanted to call out of order, her name was Stephanie. Stephanie
Ms.
Reyes.
Marciani, I'm going to put you, Ms. Marciani, I'm going to put you in the waiting room.
Wait.
And
It's Andreina Palacios. Do we have her? I can.
Your Honor, no offense, but if they're not locked and loaded, ready to go, I should be able to continue respectfully.
I know, we're going to keep working until
Go
we're ready.
ahead,
So
continue.
Thank
when
you.
she's available and she logs on, I'll interrupt and we'll take her out of order. I thought that might be her. All right, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Alvarado, what made you decide to seek legal counsel in this case?
Because I didn't know anything about legal situation, and I felt like after get her proposal and feel like I wasn't agree, I decided to come and get a legal advice about the situation.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to direct the court and the witness to what's been marked as petitioner's P12. And permission to share, Your Honor?
You may.
One second. Mr. Alvarado, what is this? Mr. Alvarado, can you just read us the caption at the top of the P12?
Notice this from the top.
Yes, sir.
Notice this document contains sensitive data.
Hold on, Your Honor. I see a Sophia Aponte.
I see her as well. Why don't we go ahead and stop screen sharing, and I'll admit this lady.
Okay, that's not the witness either. We need Andreina Palacios
Should I tell them to log in somewhere
Yeah.
else?
Okay.
No?
Your Honor, I won't stop anymore for anyone but Andrina.
All right, you may continue, Mr. Adams.
But they are-
Thank you.
Oh, yeah. Yes.
So, Mr. Alvarado, in this requested relief,
Yeah.
this is the requested relief that you're asking the court for.
Objection, leading.
Ruled.
Mr. Alvarado, you can answer that question, sir. Is this the relief that you're asking this court to enter for you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And let me go back a chair. Your Honor, at this time, we offer P12.
Any objection?
Well, I don't think the witness actually knows what that document is. I don't know if he's even seen that document, so I'm going to object.
The objection is overruled. P12 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Alvarado, you're asking the court to give you the right to make educational decisions for your child, is that right?
Right.
And to enroll your daughter in school?
Yes.
You also would
These are all
like,
leading questions, Judge. I'm going to object to leading.
Staying the leading.
Your Honor, they're leading, but I would just say that the facts are already in evidence. I'm just asking the witness to clarify what's in the document. We've already admitted.
I understand, but don't lead your witness.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Alvarado, who do you think should have the right to determine where your daughter lives?
I would like to have the custody of my daughter.
Do you be in your daughter's best interest?
Yes.
What school is Elena currently attending?
It's a virtual school, International Leadership of Texas.
So she's no longer going to school where you work.
No, she's not anymore there.
Why is she not enrolled at your school anymore?
Because we decided to get in a virtual school due to the pandemic.
Who decided to do that, Mr. Alvarado?
The final decision was shared. Was a shared decision.
Did you agree with that decision?
At the end, yes. At the beginning, no.
And what objections did you have?
The thing is, at the beginning, Patricia was intending to have Alana in an online school in Venezuela, under the Venezuelan education system, not here in the United States. So I wasn't agree with that. And until I was agreed to get into the KDSD, where she has been for years, and she know the community and the people there, and her friends since early elementary. And she came with the this school, International Leadership of Texas, in a virtual charter. Yes, finally, we agree. I was agree with her.
If you have the power to determine where your daughter goes to school, where would she be going to school next?
She would be under all the safety and protocols for pandemic. I would love her to get back to the KDSD under the regular school system. Either way, it could be the virtual or face-to-face, but under that system.
Right now, Mr. Alvarado, who's living in your marital home?
Right now, the thing is, Patricia with Alana. She has her parents, I believe, they're still there, and she have another family living with her.
So how many people in total live there?
2, 4, 5, 6, probably 8 people.
How many bedrooms are in this home?
There are 4 bedrooms.
4 bedrooms and 8 people. Are any of these people tenants?
No, I think the only tenant is I don't know. No, the owner is Patricia and I, but I don't know if they're tenant, they're paying rent, or I don't know. No, her parents not, but I don't know if the other people, their family is paying or not, or making contribution, money contribution, I don't know.
Objection, non-responsive.
Ruled.
To your knowledge, Mr. Alvarado, has your wife ever had tenants in your marital home?
Yeah, I know she had one 2019. She was for probably around a year. She was living there.
So in 2019, your wife did rent out a room in your home. Is that correct?
Yes.
To your knowledge, does your daughter have to share her room or any space with the
Objection, leading.
Same.
how much space does your daughter have in the marital home right now?
I don't know. I know she has her own room, but I don't know what is the distribution. I know she's live with her mom.
Objection, non-responsive.
Same.
Mr. Alvarado, where are you living at today?
Live in a 2-room apartment, two-bedroom apartment, Falcon Landing Boulevard in Over Katy.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to direct the court and the witness to what has been marked as petitioner's P4. Permission to share?
Okay.
Mr. Alvarado, what is this?
This is my daughter bedroom,
This is your daughter's bedroom at your apartment.
my apartment. Yes.
Does this photo appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition as when it was taken?
Yeah, it is an original picture.
Your Honor, we offer P4.
Any objections?
No objection, Judge.
P4 is admitted.
Thank you. And then I'd like to direct the court and the witness to P5. Permission to share, Your Honor?
Okay.
Mr. Alvarado, what is this?
This is the desk for my daughter to work, to do whatever activity she has or need to do.
And this is in her bedroom
Is inside her bedroom. Yes.
at your apartment.
At my apartment. Yes.
Does this photo appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition as when it was taken?
Yeah, it is a original picture.
Your Honor, we offer P5.
Any objection?
No objection.
P5 is admitted.
Mr. Alvarado, how many people live with you in your apartment?
Just by myself.
Why would the living situation be better for Elena there than at your marital home?
She have here her own space.
On a longer term basis, what are some concerns you have if Elena is allowed to live primarily with your wife?
I want her to be more get more like communication, social environment, be more, get more interaction with even her own family and yeah.
Mr. Alvarado, why don't you tell us a little bit about Elena? I mean, right now, what does she like to do?
She likes to exercise. She's not the more athletic skills, but she likes to go outdoor, exercise. She likes to share. She likes to cook. She likes to share with friends. She likes that interaction, to be in a social, same age environment. She likes to participate amongst friends. And also she likes to share quality time.
Mr. Alvarado, as a father, you know children have shortcomings. What are some issues Elena might have?
Being kind of short in communication, lack of communication, or getting due to be shy, be more. I would love her to see her more um, outgoing or open.
And between you and your wife, who's in a better position to help Elena with those issues?
Um, I'm more open to talk. I'm more ongoing and social skills. It's not that I'm the best, but I get more um, easy communication with people in a social environment.
Based on your past experience with your wife, what do you think co-parenting with her is going to be like in the future?
I think that between us for co-parenting needs to be uh, rules written, because just to everybody know the the work to do, the duty, and because otherwise that would be basically what she wanted to impose or what she thinks would be the right, and not all the time have been that way.
If this court awards you primary custody, what level of involvement would you like your wife to have with your daughter?
I would like to get with her 100% with my daughter.
So you would like your wife to be as involved as possible?
Yes, she is her mom. I would love her to get 100% involved.
What are your
Yeah.
I'm sorry,
Yeah.
Mr. Alvarado, go
No,
ahead.
no, so tell me.
I was just going to say, what are your career plans moving forward? I know earlier you said you were a substitute teacher.
Yes, I have two plans now on board. Number one, I'm doing the teacher certification to be a professional teacher, and number two, I'm start dealing with a development project with the university where I'm finishing the master, since I'm doing the thesis right now. Even the university in Scotland, I start developing a program, a work for them to get some more door open into the whole business, which I'm expecting to get back to soon.
Okay. So in the near term, you're going to become a certified teacher. Is that correct?
Yes, I finished last week the training for after 3 months. Now I need to start preparing for the test in the next 2-3 months to finish get the teacher certification.
And do you intend to stay in the school district your daughter would be enrolled in?
Yes, that's my plan.
What ability will working as a teacher full-time give you to spend time with your daughter?
It's a lot of time to spend with her, since you have the opportunity to basically share since the morning during some activities as a teacher in the school during the day. Beside that, close networking with their teachers and know the weakness or any what would be the weakness whatever strong she has, and that would be very um, positive for her to improve in the school.
Last question, I think, regarding custody. I think the one the court's going to know. Why did you leave Elena with your wife when you moved out of the marital home?
Basically, that was what she requested at that point, that I would keep Alana. As I told you, I didn't know, I didn't have any legal knowledge about that, so I just decided to move at that point because the situation wasn't the most comfortable, and she stayed with her mom.
Okay. Mr. Alvarado, briefly, I'd like to talk about finances real quick. Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to direct the witness's attention and the court to what's been marked as petitioner's P6.
Is it a tax return or just a FIS?
Your Honor, I believe it's a pay stub.
If y'all are gonna publish anything that's HIPAA related or that's got financial account records or something like that on it, just let me know and I'm gonna stop live streaming when we do those exhibits. But you may
Okay,
share the screen.
Okay, Your Honor, then if the court's okay with it, I'm gonna try not to share the screen. I don't think I have to. Let's try it.
Sure.
Um,
No, if the witnesses have the information, I have the exhibits in front of me, so I'm pulling them up
Okay.
as they're introduced.
Yes, sir. So then, Mr. Alvarado, if you would, you should have Exhibit P6 in front of you. Can you tell us what that document is?
P6, me? Hold on.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, hold on, just. Oh, that was my last deposit this month. Yeah, that was from the KDSE, my last deposit.
And does this appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition as when you received it?
Yeah, that's original from the KDSD system, payroll system.
Your Honor, we offer P6.
No objection.
Objection. P6 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Briefly on P6, Mr. Alvarado, if you would just look at the bottom right of P6. Can you tell us what your year-to-date gross pay in 2020 was?
P6, 22,575.
That was your gross pay for 2020.
Yes.
Thank you. When you moved out of the marital home, what money or accounts did you have access to at that time?
Now, no one from the community. I got just I took money from my pension, ConocoPhillips, to support myself during that time.
You mentioned earlier that you started working for ConocoPhillips back in 1997, correct?
No, that was the Venezuelan oil company back in Venezuela, 1997. ConocoPhillips started here in October 2008.
Okay. But when you talk about your 401k, when did you start accruing 401k funds?
Since October 2008.
So you didn't have any 401k funds before 2008?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Where did you get the money, Mr. Alvarado, to move out and find a new home?
I use money from a loan from my 401k. I got a part of that. Patricia have another small portion to put it in the down payment.
So Patricia put a down payment on your apartment?
Yes, on my apartment or the house where we used to live. Sorry, I didn't get the question. Sorry.
After you moved out of the marital home?
Oh, no. I used the money from my pension at ConocoPhillips, and I used that money to support myself economically.
After you moved out of the marital home, did your wife
Yes.
ever offer you or make any money available to you?
No.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to direct the witness in the court to what's been marked as petitioner's P7.
Okay.
Mr. Alvarado, what is P7?
That's basically my budget, my monthly expense debts today.
Did you create this document?
Yes, I did it.
Does this document appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition as when you created it?
Originally, and I have the original document on my computer.
Your Honor, we offer P7.
No objection.
Any objections?
No.
P7 is admitted.
Okay. Now, Mr. Alvarado, looking at P7, can you tell us what your gross monthly pay is right now?
My gross,
Just to help you, I think it's at the top center, the very first page, highlighted in green.
yeah, it's about 3,100.
Now, if we look at the deductions, you don't have a lot of deductions here. Why is that?
Because I don't have those kind of benefits or
So those benefits aren't offered to you through the school right now. Is that correct?
No, as a sub, I don't have those benefits, and that's my intention to get to be a teacher or staff to get all those benefits.
Now, when we look at your monthly expenses, your net monthly that's highlighted in yellow there, how much are you net on a monthly, net negative on a monthly basis?
Total monthly expense, net monthly, $905.
You're negative $905 on a monthly basis. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, above that, Mr. Alvarado, I do see a section called assets.
Yeah.
And it does show you have some money.
Yes.
What is the source of those funds?
Part was the remaining from the pension that I retired in 2019, and the other part is I have to retire money from my 401k last year, and the remaining 401k is the one that I have still in the with ConocoPhillips. Is still on the bank as a 401k.
So is there any money that you have access to as an asset that's not your pay as a teacher or your 401k?
Yeah, all that having my money.
That's all
Yes.
your money.
Just from my money, from my own money. Money that I had cash out from pre-tax support in the 401k.
And Mr. Alvarado, down here at the bottom, you've got some other expenses, other debts, other taxes and expenses. Have you paid any penalties related to your 401k?
I have to pay last year over $10,000 for the money that I withdraw from my pension as a penalty, plus $14,000, if I don't recall, for my taxes from the pension. And this year I had to pay taxes plus penalty in the default loan that I have when we bought the house, for the money that I retired from the 401k. I had to pay all that.
You've also had attorney's fees in this case in that section entitled other taxes and expenses.
Yes.
How much attorney's fees have you paid to date in this case?
In this case, I think I haven't updated, have been around 10,000. I don't see it clear here, but it should be over
Mr.
10,000.
Alvarado, I think there's an entry. If you look at the bottom,
The bottom,
the
yes.
page where it says other
Yeah,
taxes
attorney,
and
yes.
expenses.
Attorney's fee, 8,799 so far.
Just give me 1 second, Your Honor. I'm sorry, Mr. Alvarado, I'd like
Yes.
to direct you in the court back to what we've already admitted is petitioner's P12. Now, if you look at the bottom of P12, Mr. Alvarado, I'm sorry, if you look on the top of the second page, there's a section listed there that says temporary payment of liabilities.
Mhm.
Can you read for us what liabilities you're asking for your wife to be responsible for?
Temporary payment of liabilities. Respondent should pay for the following: 10,000 to Hunt Law Firm PLC for interim legal fees, 1,500 per month to petitioner as a temporary spousal support.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Alvarado. Other than your wife's over $200,000 your annual salary, what other community property does she get money from?
We have a house in Pine Mills that is rented. We kept the house that where we used to live at the beginning. Once we moved to in 2012, she refinanced and she put just on her name, and that house has been rented since we moved out of that house. And also we have a small property in Sandestin, Florida, that she's the one receiving whatever monies come from that unit. And
So
she's the
you,
one receiving the payment for all the three properties.
so you have 3 rental properties.
Yes.
What's the third one?
Oh yeah, the house in 2 houses in Katy, one in Sandestin, Florida.
So you two own 3 rental properties, but you don't receive any rents. Is that correct?
Yeah, I don't receive any rent.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to direct the witness in the court to what's been marked as petitioner's P8.
Okay,
Permission to share, Your Honor.
you may.
Mr. Alvarado, what is this?
Oh, that's a sharp grill that we used to have in our house in a box in the garage.
Objection, he's not testifying as to what this document is.
Sustained.
Mr. Alvarado, how did you come across this image?
Oh, that wasn't in Facebook in a public web page selling Katy area online jar sale something.
So at the top of the screen, it says, "What are you selling?" Who's saying that?
No, that's because I opened the page, but underneath say that Patricia Romero is selling that.
So this is a screenshot of a conversation between you and your wife. Is that right?
No, that's a screenshot from the public page. on
Objection,
Facebook.
he's already testifying as to something that's not entered into evidence yet.
Overruled. I think he's trying to lay a foundation for the exhibit. Overruled.
So Mr. Alvarado, this
Yes.
is a screenshot of a conversation between you and your wife that's public. Is that correct?
No, it's not a conversation. I just it's a public page on Facebook where I found out this, and I just took the screenshot.
Okay. Is it appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition as when you viewed it online?
Yes, it is. It's original.
Your Honor, we would offer P8.
I'm going to object as the hearsay, improper foundation, improper predicate.
Your Honor, response?
You may respond. Respond to the predicate for me.
Your Honor, I would just say that the witness has identified who the people speaking here are, how he captured it, and he said that it appears to be substantially the same as when the conversation took place. I'm not sure how I could lay a better predicate.
Judge,
Well,
I'm sorry.
I'm not sure I've heard that he recognized that as being his wife's profile page. I don't think I heard that. So if you can lay that predicate that he's familiar with, that's her picture in the screenshot or something that identifies her as the one that made that post.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Alvarado, can
Yes.
you tell us whose name, first and last, is listed on this document?
Patricia Romero. Oh, sorry. Let me see. What number, Mr. Adams?
Mr. Alvarado, I just want you to tell us if you see your wife's name on this document.
Yes. Patricia Romero say in the picture.
Is this a post by your wife, Patricia Romero?
Yes.
Does this post appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition as when you viewed it online?
Yes.
Your Honor, we offer P8.
The objections to P8.
I'm still going to maintain my objection as to improper predicate. I have the predicates manual right here, and none of those were touched upon at all. There's like 6 points he has to prove to get this admitted.
The objection to P8 is overruled. P8 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Alvarado, Why is your wife selling a new grill still in the box on Facebook?
Maybe she wants the money back.
Do you know where she got a new grill still in the box that she's selling on Facebook?
I don't know. She sold that. She still got it. I don't know.
Was this the only item you seen her list on Facebook?
No, she posts few more items that I know.
When did she post these items?
Last week and few weeks ago, few days ago.
A few days ago.
Yeah.
What concerns you about the fact that your wife is selling community property online?
Yeah. Probably that would be if she's selling that would.
Objection, I think that's an incorrect application. We don't know if this is community property. We don't know whose property it is.
Rural.
First, thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Alvarado, what are your concerns about your wife selling property online?
She could be selling stuff from our community that I probably could have some need or interest on that, or simply she wants to get some money from that without my consent, or I don't know.
Where is the money going that she gets from selling these items?
To her.
Your Honor, I'd like the court to take judicial notice in this case of the standing injunctions that were filed September 8th, 2020.
Any objections, Ms. Malone, to me taking judicial notice of the standing order?
It's not introduced as an exhibit, but judicial notice, sure.
All right, the court will take judicial notice of that document.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor.
That may be our witness that just popped up. Is
Okay.
that her? Ms. Malone, can you confirm that that's the lady?
I didn't see it. I was looking at the exhibits. I'm sorry. I did see something flash for a second there.
Says Andrena's Galaxy.
Yes.
Your client saying that yes. So I'm going to admit her in now. We're going to break the directive of the petitioner. Ma'am, if you would, when you get a chance, start your video for me. All right, ma'am, if you would please state your name for the record. You just muted yourself. If you can unmute, please.
Yes, hello, my name is Andrina Palacios.
And Ms. Palacios, if you would please raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give in this call will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I swear to God.
Okay, Ms. Malone, this is your witness, and Mr. Adams is allowing you to call her out of order, so you may proceed with your directive of this witness.
Okay, thank you, Judge, and I'll try to be brief. Would you please state your name for the record, please?
My name is Andrina Palacios.
And how do you know the petitioner Victor Alvarado and the respondent Patricia Romero Osorio?
Could you please repeat the question?
Objection, Your Honor. Not to be rude here, but I need to be able to see her. I'm not sure if she's talking to people. I don't know if she's being passed notes.
Right, ma'am, you need to keep your face so that we can see you on your video. And
Okay.
if you're having trouble hearing, maybe turn your volume up on your device, but please let us see your face while you're testifying. All right, Ms. Malone,
Okay.
if you can please ask a question for her.
Okay. The question was, how do you know Patricia and Victor?
Patricia called me one day to ask me to watch Alana, to take care of her in the morning.
Okay, and when was this?
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
Overruled.
Sorry?
Overruled. You may continue.
When did Patricia call you to ask you to watch Elena?
It was 1 year ago. 1 year ago, around September 2019.
And are you aware of the circumstances of why Patricia was asking you to watch Alana?
Yes, she told me that Victor suddenly told her that
Objection, Your Honor, calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
he wasn't able to watch Alana.
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay. What were the circumstances? Why was Patricia asking you?
She told me
Objection.
that
What is your knowledge of the circumstances? Don't tell me what anyone told you, just what's your knowledge of?
that they were separating. So he wasn't able to watch Alana.
Objection. I'm going to object to this, Your Honor, that I believe it's based on hearsay.
Sustained. If it's not from Mr. Alvarado, then we need to stay away from that area. So you may continue, but the objection here stays sustained.
Did you ever have the opportunity to watch Alana?
Yes.
And for how long?
Around 3 or 4 months.
And so for each day on average, how many hours did you watch Alana?
Every day I go there around 5 a.m. until I drop her off at the school around, I don't remember, it was a 9 or 8, no, it was 8:30 or 8:20, something like that. I don't
Okay.
remember at what time exactly. I drop Alana every morning at school.
So what were your other tasks in the mornings?
Every morning, Patricia was waiting for me to tell me the instructions. What should I do? I usually eat Alana breakfast, wake her up. I wake her up, and then I make her. I eat her lunch and put in her backpack and drop her at the school. Take her to the school and drop her up.
Okay, so were there any occasions where Victor Alvarado took her to school when you were working?
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
Overruled. You may answer that.
Did Victor ever take Alana to school during those 3 to 4 months that you were working for Patricia?
No, actually, he some days he was waiting for her at the school, at the school door. But while I was there, he never dropped her to the school.
And during those 3 to 4 months that you worked for Patricia, what condition was her home in?
Normal, like any house. Usually it was clean. Everything was organized. She had in the refrigerator what I supposed to heat for her. She had all clean, normal house.
And so what was Alana's demeanor on a day-to-day basis?
What do you mean with demeanor?
Demeanor, her emotions.
Every morning, like a normal girl, every time I woke her up, she was happy to go to school. She was expecting for me every morning. Yeah, the activity that usually girls at that age does.
And let's see here. So you mentioned that there was food in the refrigerator. Who prepared that food?
Usually Patricia had that food already prepared, and I only had to warm the food.
Pass the witness.
Mr. Adams?
Yes, sir. Ma'am, you said you worked for Ms. Romero for 3 or 4 months, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you said that started in September of 2018?
No, I say I don't remember exactly the day. I can't remember the date.
Do you remember the year?
2019.
2019. Okay. And at that time, Mr. Alvarado didn't live in the marital home, correct?
No.
Okay. Were there any other people that lived in the home?
Yes, there was. I don't remember. Let me remember her name. Isolina. Yeah, there was a girl living there.
Was she a renter?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Do you know if she was family?
Sorry?
Do you know if she was family?
I don't know. I just saw her a couple of times.
Okay. You said that usually you would get to the house between 5 a.m. and 8:30 a.m. Is that correct?
No, I usually was there at 5 a.m. until I dropped Alana at the school.
Okay. And you also said that every time you woke Elena up, so was it normally the practice that you would go and wake Elena up in the morning?
Yes, sometimes she wake up by herself.
Where was her mother when you were waking Elena up?
Where was her mother?
Mhm.
As I say, I met her every morning. She gave me the instruction as she left for work, and I stayed there with Alana until I had to wake her up.
So during the 3 or 4 months that you worked for Miss Romero, it was the normal practice that she would not see Elena in the mornings. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And you said that you prepared Elena's breakfast, correct?
No, I had to warm the breakfast. Patricia had already made the food.
So you heated it and you gave it to Elena, correct?
Yeah, I just served and she ate by herself.
You said that Victor was waiting for her at the door of the school when she would get there, correct?
Sometimes, not every day. Sometimes she have to call him, or yeah, and sometimes she saw his car and say, my dad is there, but he wasn't on the door.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Sustained.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Ms. Malone, any redirect?
I have no questions, no.
All right, may this witness be excused?
Yes, sir. And thank
Yes.
you, Ms. Palacios.
Thank you. I gotta
Ms.
go,
Blas-
okay? So sorry.
Yes.
Ms. Palacios, you're done testifying. Thank you for your testimony. You're excused.
Sure. Thank you.
All right. How much longer do you think you have on direct, Mr. Adams?
Not a lot, Your Honor. I mean, very minimal, but to be honest with you, if it's possible, I'd love even just a brief break, maybe for the restroom.
Well, normally I take one at 10:30, but we started a little late, so I could use a break, but I was waiting to get that. I knew that witness was going to be coming on. So
I'm fine
why
taking a
don't we
break if
do
you'd like
this?
to.
Yeah, let's just make it a quick break so that we can try to finish this direct before we break for lunch. So we're going to do a 5-minute break to let everybody go to the restroom and get a drink. And we'll be back here in 5 minutes. So the court's in recess for 5 minutes. been 5 minutes yet, has it? Pretty close? Pretty close. What, it was more than 5.
Yeah, we're over 5, Your Honor.
Yeah, I asked my bailiff when I came in, I said, it probably hadn't been 5 yet, and then I just looked at my clock and it has.
And just for clarity's sake, I didn't catch the woman who just testified. What was her last name?
Lashes?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Here I am.
All right, great. The court's back on the record. We're going to pick up where we left off on the direct examination by Mr. Adams of the petitioner. Mr. Adams, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Alvarado, you just heard Ms. Palacios testify. When was she hired to work for your family?
When I left the home, she started working with Patricia.
Who hired her?
Patricia,
And why did she need to hire Miss Palacios?
because she needs somebody to take Alana morning to school. At the beginning, when I left the apartment, she asked me to go to the house at 5 a.m. while she was leaving to work, and asked me to take care of Alana after she left. So to take her to keep doing the same duty that I was doing when I was in the house.
So she asked you to move out of the marital home, correct?
Yes,
And then she asked you to come over every morning at 5 a.m. to take her to school, correct?
yes. And at some point, she asked me discussing. She asked me to provide half of the payment that she was spending on that lady. And also she told me later in a discussion that the only thing she asked me was to go at 5 in the morning to take care of Alana, and that she would do that keep me and the insurance, the company insurance.
So she said that if you would agree to come pick up Elena at 5 a.m., she would continue to carry you on her health insurance. Is that right?
Yeah, she told me that at some point.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
Okay, it's probably a good time for us to break then for lunch. We'll resume the hearing at, we're getting off a little bit early, so let's do 1:20. We'll resume the hearing at 1:20 p.m. We're going off the record.
Thank you.
Thank you.
the dog at the bar 791? Get pepperoni hamburger and bacon. That's gonna be it. Yeah, that's just. No, there's some. Okay. All right.
428. Four 3209.
The court's back on the record. We're going to pick up where we left off before lunch, and that is with the cross-examination of Mr. Alvarado. Ms. Malone, you may proceed when you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Alvarado, what is your current address? You're muted. Sorry.
Mr. Alvarado, you need to.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's 3300 Falcon Landing Boulevard, Katy, Texas, 77494.
Is that the same apartment you moved into when you left the former marital residence in August of 2019?
No, it's different. I moved to this apartment in November 14, 2020.
Okay, so is it fair to say then that you lived in the first apartment from August of 2019 until November of 2020?
Yes,
Okay, and then that first apartment that you were living in up until November of 2020, that only had one bedroom, didn't it?
yes, it has just one bedroom.
And when you had Elena in your possession while you had that first apartment with one bedroom, where did Elena sleep?
She was in my bedroom.
And it wasn't until after we attended mediation on October 16th and reached an impasse that you decided you should look for an apartment that had 2 bedrooms, correct?
Correct, yes.
And so when you moved in November, you didn't inform my client that you were moving, did you?
No, I didn't tell her. I talked straight to my lawyer.
Objection, non-responsive after no.
Same.
And isn't it true that you instructed Elena not to tell my client that you were moving? Isn't that true?
No, it's not true.
Objection,
She
Your
was-
Honor, calls for speculation.
She was,
Overruled, but he's answered it.
no, she was never asked to keep, actually, oh, sorry.
Hold on, Mr. Alvarado, just answer the question that's asked. So we're trying to get through this in a half day, and we're not going at a pace where that's going to happen. So just make sure you listen carefully to the question and just answer the question that's asked. The question you answered, you said no, you did not tell your daughter to say that.
All right, thank you,
You
sorry.
did not tell your daughter not.
I didn't tell her
Next
that.
question.
How long was it, were you living in the new apartment that you finally decided to tell my client that you had moved?
Formally, I left the other apartment. I will explain this. When I moved from the apartment over La Centerra to this new apartment, I have an overlap time to pay in both apartments, since I have to pay additional month in La Centerra due to a contract. I moved out of La Centerra in December 18 or 21st. The 18, I finally give the keys back. And that's when officially I left that apartment. And that's when officially I changed my address. And that's when I gave to Patricia the address, because I got everything directly to my address over La Centerra.
So does she know the address now?
Yeah, she knows that address now.
Did you communicate the apartment number to her?
I don't remember doing that. I don't remember.
So isn't it true that she still does not know where Elena is when you have possession of Elena?
Objection, Your Honor. The witness already answered that. He said he didn't know if he told her.
Same.
So up until you moved into this 2-bedroom apartment, you didn't think that a young female, the age of 10, 9, and 10, would need her own bedroom or her own space?
Yeah, I think she needs her own bathroom and her own space.
Did you consider that when you moved into that apartment?
Now, it wasn't on my consideration at that moment.
And you testified that she slept in the same bed with you for that entire year, over a year, correct?
That's correct.
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
Overruled. She said same bedroom. I didn't hear same bed. So you said that's correct, sir?
Yeah, that's correct.
And you have a 2-bedroom apartment now that you just testified, correct?
Yes.
So where does she sleep now when she stays over with you?
She mostly sleep in my bedroom.
Do you think that it looks a little disingenuous of you to move into a 2-bedroom apartment, knowing that we were to have a hearing on conservatorship and custody?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation. He can't know how people perceive that.
I didn't ask how other people perceived it. I asked if,
Ms. Mullen, I'll ask for a response on an objection if I need it. Objections overruled. Sir, you may answer that.
Can you repeat the question, please?
do you think that it's a bit disingenuous of you to get a 2-bedroom apartment prior to our hearing on custody and conservatorship?
I think this was right for her to now get since I'm helping to get the custody, that she get her own place if she stay with me. That's what I consider now. And this fact came all after legal advices, as I stated earlier, because thanks that I talked to these people that I'm getting the support, I knew about all these conditions. So I proceed according to the advices.
So it's true that you've been seeing this girlfriend since late 2018?
Late, yes, I met her, yeah, late 2018.
And that's pretty much why the marriage broke up, correct?
No, it wasn't the main reason for the marriage to break.
You previously testified that because of your relationship with the girlfriend you met, your wife asked you to move out of the marital residence. Is that correct?
I state that because the situation of the house, it wasn't the most comfortable because they argued a discussion and she asked me to move out. But the issue, it wasn't mainly the affair that I recognized after Mr. Adam asked me. There was many other situations around our marriage that contribute to our separation.
When you were still living in the marital residence, and even before your wife knew about the affair, you would have Elena with you when you were spending time talking on the phone and texting with this woman. Is that correct?
Yeah, texting, yes, but not spending time with her in the presence of her.
And you still, to this day, take Alana with you places where this girlfriend is, correct?
No, with her, where the group is social group, no alone with her.
But
Never
she
ever.
is there, correct?
Yeah, she's there. She has been there, yes.
How many trips have you taken with this girlfriend since you've met her?
Few rounds for marathons and running.
Just a few?
Yeah,
Okay. Would Colorado be a location that you traveled with her to?
yes.
Would Las Vegas, Nevada be a location that you traveled with her to?
No, I was
No.
alone in Las Vegas.
It was not in Las Vegas. Was it in Nevada?
Nope, I was providing a training in Las Vegas and I was by myself.
Okay. So you testified that you have had an extensive career in the oil and gas industry. Would that be a fair statement?
Yes,
Okay. And you are working towards a master's degree in petroleum engineering,
right?
okay? And what other certifications do you have?
What other certification do I have during my career?
Yes, sir.
Beside the title, I have an specialization in reservoir production engineering that I did after I graduate. I studied for 13 years in a specific area in Venezuela. And I have, after I finished this master, I got a title of postgraduate diploma in reservoir engineering.
Do you have anything? Oh, were you finished? I'm sorry.
Sorry, say it again.
Do you have any certifications in tax?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
You said tax?
In taxes,
In taxes, yes.
yeah, I certify with H&R
Objection,
Block
Your Honor,
in-
relevance.
Sustained.
Okay. I have a response to the objection, but okay. When you were laid off in 2015, isn't it true that your wife continued to encourage you to find employment?
Yes,
And didn't she send you job postings in the area or the field in which you have expertise?
yes, some of them.
Now, with regard to possession and access to the child, how do you communicate with my client with regard to child-related issues?
Child-related issue. May you be more specific, please, with those questions?
Okay, what
For me to
about
understand?
possession? Oh, I'm sorry. What about possession and access, like pickup times, drop-off times? How do you communicate that?
By chat. Now today by chat.
Isn't it
Messenger.
true that you use Elena to relay messages to Patricia instead of directly telling Patricia?
I talked to my daughter and we talked, but no with the intent to be a messenger.
Have there been occasions where you've just shown up to pick up Elena without Patricia even knowing or having any idea you were coming?
I don't remember that that had happened. We have talked and we set the time and I, yes, show up. I had never show up by myself just to pick her up or drop her.
Were there occasions where you've had Elena in your possession and you just never showed up at the agreed time?
Oh, I think we have always communicated if we're gonna be either earlier or later, because that had happened in both cases, to be delayed or way after the time to be scheduled to drop her.
Haven't there been times when Patricia has tried to coordinate with you and you simply have not answered her calls or text messages?
I think that the messenger or the message has been answered in the proper time after decide or evaluate the situation. Same way that sometimes I have to wait 1 day or day and a half to get an answer. But yeah, we have answered.
Objection, non-responsive after yes. What possession and access to the child are you currently exercising?
Say it again, please.
The visitation with the child, what are you currently doing?
Oh, what days do I have available? Or what I'm doing with her on overtime?
What are you doing with her right now? What arrangement do you have with Patricia?
We, I see her in Friday to Saturday, or 1 week Saturday to Sunday. She spent the Tuesday with me, and one Thursday, yes, one Thursday, no, I had dinner with her. And that was an agree that I got with her. That was her proposal. And basically requested, mandatory.
And objection after
Sustained.
the answer. And Patricia has had possession at all other times, correct?
Yes.
When you very first moved out of the marital residence way back in August of 2019, you were taking Alana to school, isn't that correct?
For a few days, yes.
But then you just told Patricia you simply didn't want to do that anymore. And that's why she had to get the babysitter that just testified that she was hired in September of 2019 to take Alana to school, right?
No.
And has Patricia ever offered you any more possession times with Alana that you've already got?
We have split weeks Thanksgiving. Also during the last 2 weeks of the year, Christmas and New Year Eve, 1 week here, 1 week there. And during last year, during the break, spring break, I spent the time with her because Patricia was out of the country.
Well, that brings up an interesting point. Didn't you and Alana both contract COVID over the holidays last year?
Yes, that's true.
And isn't that because you took Alana to several gatherings where there were a lot of people there?
I went to my brother 25 years anniversary of wedding, and I show up there as a family. I didn't know because it wasn't my
Objection,
concern.
non-responsive. It was a yes or no question.
Sustained.
So you took Alana to a large gathering, correct?
Yes, there were a lot of people there.
And isn't it true that 20 to 30 people who attended there contracted COVID?
I know my family. I don't know the other people. I don't know the statistic, but I know my family. Yes, we contracted the COVID.
And I'm sure you're aware, you know, that Alana went home and Patricia also contracted COVID from Alana. Is that your understanding?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation. Mr. Alvarado cannot know how she contracted that.
Sustained.
Are you aware that Patricia had to be hospitalized because of COVID?
Yes, but before we test positive, because we initially test
Non-responsive
negative.
after yes. Objection, non-responsive after yes.
Sustained after yes.
So isn't it true you had Alana for an extended period of time in December of 2020 because Patricia had COVID and was hospitalized?
Yes.
Isn't it true that you hindered electronic communication between Patricia and Alana while Alana was in your possession?
Electronic with me and Patricia, yes.
Okay, did Patricia want to speak to Alana several times?
She never made that request to me, although I asked Alana to talk to her every single day. And I know the family that is living with Patricia called her.
Objection, non-responsive.
Sustained. There's not a yellow box coming up. Are y'all hearing my rulings? I sustain that objection, but I don't see a yellow box sometimes when I rule. Are
The
y'all hearing
timing
those?
is a little off. Like I see you say something and then it'll jump over. But I get it, a couple of seconds delay. I don't know if anybody else is experiencing that.
I'll try to say the objection is before I rule. That might help.
Kind of like a breaker. Okay. So did Patricia tell you that you could pick Elena up from school whenever you wanted to?
No,
Did you have Columbus Day off?
Columbus Day, yes,
Did Alana have Columbus Day off?
yes, but it's not because,
Objection, non-responsive.
Sustained after yes.
Didn't Patricia ask you if you wanted to have Alana for Columbus Day since the both of you had that day off?
yes,
And you told her no, correct?
Columbus Day, nah. That was, don't remember, but
Since you and Patricia have been separated, have you provided any type of support for the child to help out?
when she is with me, I cover the basics. needs.
Objection, non-responsive. Have you provided any
Overruled.
type
Thank
of
you, Nick.
support? Oh, I'm sorry. My apologies, Judge. Have you provided any type of support? Now I'm not hearing you. I'm gonna try to turn my volume up, maybe if that helps.
Go ahead and repeat your question.
Have you provided any type of support to Patricia to help out with the child in this year and a half that you've been separated?
Few needs, no money related, straight money cash to her, but some needs that the goods that she needs, yes.
So you do realize that every parent has the duty to support their child commensurate with their ability to do so.
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Overruled.
Do you realize that parents have the obligation to support their child commensurate with their ability to do so?
Yes,
When you have possession of Alana, isn't it true that you drink and drive with her in the car with you?
yeah, sometimes social drinks, yeah.
How many guns do you own?
We'd say 9.
And when you lived in the marital residence, didn't you leave guns unsecured where Alana could have easily gotten to them?
No, they're in a vault. Locked vault here in my apartment.
Well,
Since
I'm talking about the marital residence. When you lived at the marital residence.
they were in the attic, and most of them were with lock or hidden, and the one that I kept in our bedroom, they were hidden and they were locked.
And that attic in the marital residence, that's just like, is it one where you can just walk through, there's a door and you can just walk in?
By the time I was there, that attic was asked to remain locked. Always locked.
But you did leave guns out in that attic area.
Yes, by the time I left the house, I left the small guns in a small vault, and the rifles, they were with lock.
When you have possession of Alana, you do go to your friends and relatives' homes, right?
Yes,
And you also have friends and relatives that come and visit you at your apartment, correct?
to visit my apartment. My mom has spent time with me, and just one time in the other apartment, that was my youngest brother with his family that visit me.
And when you go to your friends' homes and relatives' homes, you testified earlier that you have social drinks. And are you drinking when you go to these people's homes?
No, all the time. Sometimes short visits, sometimes longer. When I go with my brother over the woodland, stay overnight there.
And you have Elena there with you?
Sometimes yes, sometimes she's with her mom. Yeah.
When you take Elena with you, where does Elena sleep when you go to your brother's house in the Woodlands?
Oh, she sleep in a bed close to her grandma sometimes. Sometimes sleep with me, or we sleep in the same room, but she got in a bed. I got a couch.
Okay. And when you go to your brother's house, you often play cards, correct?
No.
Okay. And what type of possession did you have over the summer?
Over the summer, I think we split. She spent with me 1 month, and the rest with her mom.
When Elena was with you during those 30 days, what type of activities did she do?
We went to park, outdoors, on picnics. Few time to walk over around the bayou, visit family.
Isn't it true that Patricia had to enroll her in a summer camp because she didn't have really anything to do during the day, during the summer?
Oh, no, that's not true. She enrolled her because she wanted to get in that camp. Actually, Alana, she expressed that she didn't have intention to go. She rather to stay with me, but her mom was proposing to go there.
Did you go to the Meet the Teacher night at Atlanta School this year?
No,
Did you go to the Parent Teacher Conference this past year?
no one on this new school.
But Patricia did give you the information so you could attend those, correct?
She provided me information. I don't know for what reason. I asked it 2 or 3 times that I couldn't get any access to those part of registration. Even she sent me it again, and the last time I say I can't get into there, and she said that she would talk to.
Just 1 second.
Hang on, looks like your
Hold on, Mr.
counsel
Alvarado.
is gone.
Lost your- We're going to go off the record. We've lost Mr. Adams. We're going to go off the record for a second until he returns. Hopefully he didn't lose his Wi-Fi connection. Can someone text him and just make sure he's
Let
trying
me
to get
see
back
if I
on?
can.
Yeah.
I will make a call. Hi, this is Victor Alvarado. Is Mr. Davey Adams available? Is he right there at the office? Davey Adams, yes.
Mr. Alvarado, I wasn't able to reach David. Would you like for me to give him a message?
Yeah, sure. We're in a call session right now. He went off. I don't know. He lost the connection, Wi-Fi. We're just waiting him to reconnect. If you could reach him to his personal phone number, please, would be highly appreciated. Yeah, right now. And we lost his connection. We're waiting here to reconnect. All right. Thank you so much. We appreciate that. Thank you so much. Have a good night. Good evening. Bye. Okay. Okay. I just called the office. They're gonna try to reach him to his personal number. Let me know.
Ms. Malone, do you have his cell phone number? by
I
any
do
chance?
not. Well, you know what? He sent me an email that said I could call him, and I don't know if it was his work number. This was earlier when we were trying to work out some stipulations. Let me find
It's okay.
that.
I thought we could text him and find out. I'm assuming it's Wi-Fi. Oh, there over here he is.
Oh, fantastic.
There it is.
Mhm.
Mr. Adams,
Hello.
you get it figured out? We figured you lost Wi-Fi or
Yeah.
something.
Sorry about that. I remember the last thing that we were talking about when I lost connection. You want me to say what that was, or?
Sure, you can.
The last thing I remember Miss Malone asking him about was the summer camp.
That's where we were. I went off the record as soon as we lost you, and we haven't had any discussion other than I asked Mr. Alvarado or Miss Malone to contact you or your office. So we're going to get back on the record here now.
Okay,
We're back on the record. We took a brief break off the record. As I mentioned earlier, we lost Mr. Adams' Zoom connection. We're back on the record. Miss Malone, you may proceed with your cross-examination.
I do recall that I had asked Mr. Alvarado if he went to meet the teacher night at Atlanta's school this year, and he's on mute. Mr. Alvarado.
Yeah, I heard it.
Yeah.
He said no to those questions about the new school.
And then I asked about the parent-teacher conference. He said no. And then I asked, did Patricia give you the information so that you could attend those? And he said that there was some issue trying to get on.
That's what,
Mr. Alvarado,
yeah,
I'm sorry.
That's where I recall us dropping off, but Mr. Adams, or that's when I noticed that you were off.
Correct.
But I didn't quite understand that answer. So if we can ask him again, because it sounds like he got the information but couldn't open it, but I wasn't real clear on that answer. So Ms. Malone, if you can pick up there,
Sure.
we'll start from there.
But Patricia did give you the information so that you could attend those events, correct?
Yes. And I say that I try to get into that system with information she provided me, and I didn't get into that system. And I asked it to ask the people to include me in whatever system was. And I received a note from one of the person with the general information again from the school, but never could access to get into the system to check the Alana's information.
Okay, I think we're talking about a couple of different things. The meet the teacher night and then the parent teacher conference, those were Zoom meetings.
No, I didn't attend those meetings.
But Patricia gave you the Zoom information, correct?
Yeah, she provided me the same information.
So you haven't attended one meeting at Atlanta School this year. Would that be a correct statement?
Yes, I haven't attended any meeting.
Thank you. How many times have you forgotten about Atlanta's math tutoring and you weren't at home?
That I recall, just one.
And haven't you asked Patricia if Atlanta could miss her tennis class?
Oh, no, she missed one last week on the eve of her birthday. And she asked me, she told me that she would like to stay the day with me since her birthday, she would be having dinner with her mom and her family. And we went for dinner, yes. But I didn't participate, Patricia, that she would be missing the tennis class.
And I wanted to go back to the reason why Patricia got that babysitter to take Alana to school. You know what I'm talking about, from 5 a.m. to 8:30 in the mornings?
Yes.
Okay, isn't it true that you stopped taking Alana to school because of a couple of different reasons? Number one is.
Objection, Your Honor, compound question.
Okay. Isn't it
sustained.
true you did not want to take Alana to school because you are in a running club and you run in the mornings?
No, I stopped taking her because since I left the house,
Objection,
I asked her-
non-responsive, after no.
The objection sustained after no.
And isn't it also true that you didn't want to take Elena to school because you meet your girlfriend at the running club in the mornings and you have sex in your vehicle? Isn't that also true?
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered. He already said it's not because of running club.
That's a different reason.
That objection's overruled. You mean to that?
Isn't it true that you meet your girlfriend in the mornings and you have sex in your vehicle?
no other time. When I moved the house, no.
You moved out of, so after you moved out of the marital residence, you stopped having sex in your vehicle?
I say yes. We didn't. When I moved out of the house, I didn't get sex on my vehicle.
And you did testify that Patricia had become withdrawn from you. Do you recall saying that?
Same what? Sorry again.
That Patricia had become withdrawn from you and the communication wasn't good? You recall saying that?
Yes.
Okay. That was after she found out about your affair, correct?
No, the communication was degrading in years.
Didn't Patricia try to send you emails and texts trying to address the communication problems, but you wouldn't respond to her?
Yeah, she sent some emails, but it wasn't related to that issue lately, but that issue came from many years ago.
Did she try to get you and her into therapy or counseling or some kind of marriage counseling?
Yeah, many years ago, we went to a retreat, but just that time, just once. And to be honest, it wasn't that the proper retreat for us. It didn't help much in basically anything.
After she found out about your girlfriend, didn't she ask you that to work it out? Didn't she indicate to you she wanted to work it out with you?
Yep, a part of that portion, yeah. No, at all, because once again, the issue that we had and she wanted to work out at that time, I asked her to try to fix that many years ago, and I'm talking way before we moved to this house where we used to live, basically since the beginning of our marriage.
Okay. And when she asked you to work it out, you kept seeing your girlfriend after that. Isn't that correct?
We met her. We met sometimes.
And when you guys were talking about some arrangements for divorce, she did offer you the standard visitation. Isn't that correct?
Oh, yes.
But she also said that you could have Elena visitation, possession, and access on a liberal basis, meaning if you wanted to see her, you could ask and she would try to accommodate you. Didn't she say that?
No, she started saying that, and I would assume after she started getting better advice, because at the beginning, her will was basically that you're gonna follow my rules because probably she acts like a, I don't know, lawyer. And basically she's stayed
Objection,
like a,
non-responsive.
she's,
Sustained.
So when the two of you were talking about putting Alana in this international school, the bilingual school that she's in now, you were not working in the elementary school that she was going to, correct?
no, however, I apply as a teacher over there. I was declined, but I did my application as a teacher on International Leadership of Texas.
So if Alana, let me rephrase, sorry. You testified earlier that you wanted Alana to go to Katy, a public school in Katy, correct?
Correct.
And you also want her to attend the school that you're working at, correct?
Yes, for this current year.
Okay, well, this fall, she won't be going to the school that you're at. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, let's switch gears a little bit. We can talk a little bit about finances. You had testified that someone was renting a room in the former marital residence. Do you recall that?
Yes,
Okay, well, didn't you and Patricia discuss that and you agreed that someone could rent a room?
yeah, she told me she participated me. She didn't ask me for permission or something. She participated me about that.
All right.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
Overruled after, other than yes.
And when you were working in the oil and gas field, what was your average salary? Let's
But
say, let me
Objection, Your
narrow it
Honor,
down
relevance.
in 2015.
2015, is there a claim for underemployment? Flood?
Yes, sir, absolutely.
Not at issue in these temporary orders, Your Honor.
He's
I was
asking for
if it's
temporary spousal support, Judge. And he's also asking for my client to pay $10,000 in attorney's fees. So I would say it's very relevant.
But Your Honor, that's based off the size of the community estate. Whether he's underemployed or not is a question for actual permanent spousal maintenance on a final order. Whether or not he's titled to temporary
Right.
support, you don't have to make the same showing.
Yeah, the objection's sustained for purposes of temporary orders.
So you testified that the house in Pine Mills is rented out, correct? Is that a correct
Yes.
statement? Okay. Do you know what the rental money goes to?
it's paid to Patricia, but I don't know what it goes beyond that.
Okay. And the other rental property in Katy, do you know what the rental money goes to?
Yes, saying she received the money.
Okay. Do those two properties have mortgages on them?
Yes,
Do they have property taxes that are owed?
yes,
Do they have insurance that is owed?
yes.
So working for Katy ISD, are you paid on the 15th of each month and then the last day of each month?
Oh, no. See? No, it's every 2 weeks
Okay,
that I receive the payment, and the payment goes 2 weeks beyond. It's delayed 2 weeks.
thank you. Do you recall providing discovery documents in response to requests from my office?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance to these temporary orders?
What's the relevance, Ms. Malone?
Judge, we have looked at Mr. Alvarado's bank statements and credit card charges, and he is living like a rock star. Just wanted to say, he is spending
Objection,
money
Your
left
Honor.
and right.
Counsel's testifying?
Well,
All right, the objection, hold on, the initial objection is overruled, Ms. Malone, you may proceed.
do you recall providing discovery documents in response to the requests from my office?
Yes,
Okay, and do you recall that you provided your Bank of America checking statements?
yes,
And you also provided American Express credit card statements,
yes,
Chase credit card statements,
yes,
Bank of America credit card statements,
yes,
Capital One credit card statements?
yes,
Okay, and you also, those statements ran from approximately August of 2019 through August of 2020. Is that a fair statement?
yes.
So let's start from the beginning. You stopped working in the oil and gas field about 2015, is that correct?
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered?
And
And did you work any time from 2015 to 2019?
Yes, I did. I worked as a life insurance agent in 2016. I
And
did part-time.
on November 9th, 2019, you received money from your ConocoPhillips pension in the amount of $66,000, actually $66,271.82. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then on August 11th, 2020, you withdrew and received $120,000.95 from your Fidelity 401k. Is that
Yes,
correct?
that's correct.
And you filed for divorce in September of 2020, correct?
Yes.
Do you have any hobbies?
Yeah, I play golf.
And you belong to a running club, correct?
Yeah, it's a social group. Yeah, pay 100. The last time I paid $150 per 8 months of training. Yes, that's all.
And do you do bicycling?
Really, not much. No.
And do you go shooting?
Shooting. In the last year, I went once to the driver range in Boyer Shooting Center, just once, and it cost like a $25 to shoot there.
Okay. I want to show you what's labeled as Respondents Exhibit 5.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to try to share screen. I'm not as adept as Mr. Adams here.
I think we've got an objection. What's the objection, Mr. Adams?
Objection withdrawn, Your Honor.
Okay.
Okay. Now, have you had a chance to review this document? Is it, are we sharing? Okay, I'm going to try to make it bigger. I don't know how to do that. Okay. Did you have a chance to review this document, Mr. Alvarado?
That document, that exactly, no, but that's, yeah, that's from me, from my expenses.
That's correct.
Yes.
Judge, now, I do want to admit this exhibit. I'm the one who prepared it. I prepared it off of the original documents that were provided by Mr. Alvarado. Those would have been admissible in evidence anyway, because they're self-authenticating. And those original underlying documents are pretty voluminous or bulky that it would be inconvenient for you to examine them. And I'm qualified to review those underlying documents. I reviewed them and I prepared this spreadsheet based off of those documents. So I'm asking that Respondents Exhibit 5 be admitted.
Mr. Adams, any objections to R5?
Yes, Your Honor. The witness has got to have personal knowledge of the matter to testify. Now, first of all, Ms. Malone hasn't actually called herself as a witness so that she could lay the foundation in order to do this. So I would object on those grounds. Secondly, I would say that even if she had called herself as a witness, just because she's reviewed some documents doesn't mean that she gets to certify that they're true under the Texas Rule of Evidence 1006, which is the summary rule. I would also say, Your Honor, that it violates the optional completeness rule because as far as I could tell from what this looks like, it seems like it's only the charges of Mr. Alvarado and it's not any of the other charges that might have been to his accounts from Ms. Romero or from anybody else.
All right, at this point, I think it's, I haven't heard enough to get it in as a shorthand rendition of the document, so I'm going to sustain the objection at this time.
Mr. Alvarado, would it surprise you to know that you spent over $10,000 on golf, running,
Objection.
bicycling, and guns?
Objection, Your Honor, assumes facts, not in evidence.
Overruled. You may answer that.
Shooting, there is no expenses on shooting that I could see there. I don't remember spending money on shooting other than paying a shooting range.
Mr. Alvarado, did you purchase a gun at Boyer Shooting Centers?
No guns, no. I haven't bought a gun in years. I haven't done any shopping at Boyer. I just bought a t-shirt which allow, if I want, to get a free shooting range on Tuesday. That's all what I pay there, and cost like a $24. And I went to shooting range there, but I didn't pay much. I didn't buy a gun last year. I haven't bought a gun in years.
So is it your answer that you are surprised that you spent over $10,000 on golf, running, cycling, and guns?
I'm not surprised that I spent money on golf.
Okay.
Yes. And running, yeah. Actually, some of these expenses on the running store, that's not a running club. That's a Good Time Running Company. It's a running store where I buy my devices and or support for my running and training. And actually, I have bought there clothes for my daughter and running shoes, which she has been using in the last year. And every pair of shoes that I bought for her has been around $100 or close. And yes, I bought for her too.
So would you say that you enjoy going shopping?
Yeah, that I need for my hobby. I enjoy it. Yeah, it's not that I would regret it. I enjoy that.
Okay. What about going out to eat? Do you enjoy that as well?
Yes, I go out to eat.
Would it surprise you to know that you spent almost $12,000
Objection,
in
Your Honor,
dining
relevance.
out?
I understand why you're going to this topic, Ms. Malone, but I think I've heard enough about his expenditures for purposes of today's hearing from, I understand he spends a lot eating out and on hobbies and, so let's move to a new topic if you don't mind.
So, Mr. Alvarado, how are you expecting to maintain your lifestyle on a substitute teacher's salary?
I've been,
Objection, Your Honor, relevance?
Overruled.
Asking for support.
I don't
How
know if
are
you
you
heard that.
expecting
It's
to?
overruled, Mr. Alvarado. You may answer that.
Yes.
yeah, I've been getting these expenses based on my budget, but planning to be with my daughter, everything will change. Despite that, I've been spending this money on hobbies. It's not something that I do every day, and I would not doing often because I would have my priority, which is my daughter.
Didn't you make about $170,000 when you were in oil and gas?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance?
Overruled. You may answer that.
Yeah, by the last 2 years that I was at Conoco, I got a basic salary of around 150 roughly, plus bonuses. That would be around 170, around there.
So I want to go to your exhibits that you had admitted. Exhibit P1, that's you and your daughter at Christmas time. Do you recall that one?
I mean, looking for, yes,
So would you agree that was taken Christmas of 2020 and that was after our mediation where we reached an impasse?
yes,
Jump to P3. Would you agree that picture was taken after October 16th when we attended mediation and reached an impasse?
yes,
Exhibit P4 and P5, that's your new apartment that you just moved into November of 2020, correct?
right.
Okay. Pass the witness.
Mr. Adams, redirect.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Alvarado, Ms. Malone asked you earlier about your daughter sleeping in your bed with you, correct?
Yes, yes.
Prior to moving out of your marital home, where did your daughter sleep?
In our bed,
With you
Always.
and your wife?
yes.
To your knowledge, when your daughter is with your wife, where does she sleep?
With her,
And when your daughter's with you, she sleeps with you, correct?
yes.
What did I advise you of, sir, when you told me about that?
To get the condition that I have right now, to
Mr. Alvarado, Ms. Malone asked you if it was disingenuous that you got a 2-bedroom apartment after you had a 1-bedroom apartment. Do you remember that?
yes,
Right. And the reason why you got a 2-bedroom apartment was why?
because the advice that she was there, she get her own space, her own bedroom, and get her basically freedom or get her own stuff, her own closet, her own bathroom, her own bed.
Right. So when your daughter was living in the marital home, she didn't have her own bed, correct?
Yes, she has
But
her
it-
own bed.
But in your new apartment, she is going to have her own room and her own bed, correct?
Correct.
Miss Malone asked you about having sex in your car before going running in the morning. Do you remember that?
Yes,
You told us during your direct that 2012 was the first time that you and your wife had discussed separation. Isn't that true?
yeah, we got a discussion at the time, yeah.
How many years was that before you met this woman?
Objection, relevance.
Same.
Ms. Malone also talked to you about sometimes it takes you a long time to respond to Ms. Romero's messages about your daughter. You remember that?
Yes,
How long does it take Ms. Romero to respond to your messages?
sometime next day.
Do you feel like the response time is about even?
Nope,
Who takes longer to respond, you or her?
she takes longer to respond.
Ms. Malone also talked to you about what kind of possession schedule you have related to your daughter. There's not a possession schedule, right, Mr. Alvarado?
Objection, leading.
Overall,
Mr. Alvarado, there's not a possession schedule, right?
No, there is no position schedule.
So you have your daughter when your wife says you can, right?
Yeah, we have some established days, but no, sometimes the schedule that, Jack, can you pick her up this day or something? Basically, it's because come from her, and I agree. Because if I propose, sometimes there is some inconvenience or not agree at the first with my idea.
Ms. Malone also spoke to you about a family gathering that you took Elena to.
Yes.
Where was that gathering at?
My brother, 25-year wedding anniversary.
Where was that?
Was in a open area, kind of farm style in Fulshire.
Okay. Were you and your daughter masked while you were at that event?
Yeah, we wore masks mostly of the time.
Were the other people that were there also wearing masks?
Some people were, some other people no. But we stay mostly in the outside area, open air. Yeah.
Did you make sure that your daughter followed what you thought were safe protocols?
Yes.
You also said earlier, Mr. Alvarado, that you have had an alcoholic beverage and driven with your daughter in the car. Is that right?
Yes.
Have you ever done that when you were intoxicated?
No, intoxicated, no. Driving
So you-
intoxicated, no.
To your knowledge, is it legal for you to drive after having a drink?
That's not legal.
Sorry, sir. Can you repeat that?
No, that's not legal.
Miss Malone also talked to you about attending Elena's school activities in her new school.
Yes.
Why haven't you attended any of those activities?
Sometimes the activities are scheduled where I'm busy, and the beginning when I try to get to those activities, I have something commitment to attend for work or some training that I was doing.
Mr. Alvarado, when were these meetings at? Like when in the day, when did they occur?
For example, they have the picture taken the other day was during my work schedule, school class. And they have a Zoom meeting that was around, I think, if I don't fail, it was around 2 or 3 p.m. And I was at school. I attending, I have duty at school. And when the class finished, I still got duty with kids to dismissal at the bus on the dismissal car rider.
Mr. Alvarado, was there ever a time that your daughter had a school activity that was after your work hours that you didn't attend?
No, that was activity that she had and I attend, but no on this school.
Okay. Ms. Malone also talked to you about unsecured firearms in the marital home. You remember that?
Yes.
Has there ever been a time that you had a firearm that wasn't secure in the marital home?
No, they were secure. There was
They were secure.
secure. Even the one that I have on my closet hidden, It was with lock.
So when you say a lock, do you mean that the firearm actually had a lock through it, or you mean that the firearm was inside a locked box?
It was inside a box and was locked.
There
And
was so there was no way for anyone, including your daughter, to access that firearm. Is that right?
no. And the one that was outside, it wasn't, didn't have ammunition, and it was mechanically locked with a key, safety key.
Ms. Malone also talked to you about times that your wife, Patricia, had made attempts to try to reconcile your relationship. You remember that?
Yes,
But according to you, you two had marital problems long before your affair, right?
that's right.
And when your wife confronted you about the affair, right, she told you that she knew about it. How?
She got a private investigator. Look, I think I got frozen again. I think the connections get weak again.
I'm
Oh.
here.
Oh,
Awesome.
there he is.
I'm here.
Okay.
I'm trying to think of what I said last.
Just asked if how she found out about the affair, private investigator.
Yes, Mr. Alvarado, when she confronted you about the affair, she told you that she wanted a divorce according to certain terms. Isn't that true?
Yes,
Ms. Malone also discussed there was a renter that you approved being in the marital home. You recall that?
yes.
What was the conversation like that you had with your wife about this renter?
She was thinking to get a rent one of the rooms. That she was thinking in a girl, and she did it.
Did she ask your permission?
No, she participated. She told me, but she didn't ask for permission.
Well, when you say participate me, Mr. Alvarado, that makes it seem like she included you in the decision. So I just want to be clear.
No, she got her own decision. She interviewed and she rented.
So she told you that she had made the decision to rent the room. Is that correct?
Yes, and I say, what do you think? I say, okay, do you consider that safe? Oh, that's okay. That good person. It's okay, but she got the decision to do it.
Okay. We also talked about some money that you withdrew from your 401k.
Yes.
There's also been some discussion today about what you spent running and drinking and shopping. Correct?
Yes.
Mr. Alvarado, are you spending any differently than you did when you and your wife were living together?
Yeah, mostly the same way, same style.
Right. And the money that you're spending out of your 401k, that's community money, right?
Yeah, I made it when we were married, yes.
And your wife hasn't been helping to support you or pay any of your expenses, correct?
No, to my expenses today, right now?
Right.
No.
Right.
Oh, she made some payments early when I left the house regarding car insurance and phone for a while until I start paying by myself.
How ballpark, how much money do you think she contributed for those things?
It was $40 about the phone and the probably 70 or something about the insurance, the car insurance.
Mr. Alvarado, one last thing. There's been a lot of discussion today about your choices of careers. So I'd like it if you'd make it very clear to this court why it is that you decided that you didn't want to continue to try to seek employment in oil and gas and instead switch to teaching.
Because the market has been very narrow for my career as a reservoir engineer. And even I went to some kind of networking activities and networking through friends and trying to chase some opportunities. That's always was kind of narrow. That's what I'm doing the teacher now to get a basically to get a salary, established salary plus health insurance that I can provide for myself and my daughter.
Did you start substitute teaching before your wife confronted you about the affair?
Yes, I was substitute before that.
Okay. Pass the witness, Your Honor.
Anything further from this witness?
Just a couple of questions. Mr. Alvarado, until just a few months ago, didn't your wife pay your phone bill?
Yes, but I send the money.
Objection, non-responsive, or
Sustained.
yes? Did she pay your car insurance?
Yes,
Did she pay your massage membership to Massage Envy?
a long time ago. Yes, that was cut a long time ago.
And is she continuing to provide your health insurance and your dental insurance for you and your daughter?
Yes, we can talk about that. Yes.
And going to your petitioner's Exhibit 7, Exhibit P7, you testified that you do have community funds at your disposal, correct?
Yes.
You've got $51,395 in your checking account, correct?
Yes.
You have $148,000 left in your Fidelity 401k,
Yes.
okay? Ask the witness.
Mr. Alvarado,
Anything further?
very brief, Your Honor. Ms. Malone said that your wife pays for your phone bill, car insurance, and Massage Envy, correct?
Yes.
Do you reimburse her for those charges anyway?
Say it again. I got a cut communication.
Do you reimburse her for those charges in any way?
Yes, at the end, before when she got my phone, I used to send it for the last, I don't know, 3-4 months. I sent her the money through Zelle or Bank of America. As well, I paid for my use of the Easy Tag, and that was another payment, but don't recall. But yes, she got my phone. And I had to open my new account, and yes.
She had your phone cut off?
Yes.
When did she do that?
Some month ago, probably 5 months ago, maybe.
Did she tell you about that before she cut it off, or did it just get cut off?
No, she just cut it off.
Ms. Malone also reviewed the money that you have in your accounts. Just to be clear, Mr. Alvarado, all the money in those accounts is either money that you earned from your substitute teacher pay or funds out of your 401k, correct?
From 401k, yes, and my teacher account. Yeah.
That's it, Your Honor.
So in September of 2020, you received, pardon me, go back to it. Sorry, I'm trying to find. Sorry, my paper's got a little shuffled. There it is. So it was August of 2020. You received $120,000 from Fidelity, right?
Right.
And according to your FIS, your financial information statement, you've only got $51,000 of that left,
Yes.
okay? And also, did my client tell you repeatedly you needed to get your own cell phone plan and you refused and leaving her no choice?
Yeah, that was a reason that I was trying to switch the number to my own account, and that was always a problem with the company until she decided to cut it down. And I was paying for the last 3 or 4 months. I was sending the money to her, but as she cut it down, I got a new phone.
No further questions, Judge.
Mr. Adams?
I'm good, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, I just have a couple questions, Mr. Alvarado. Explain to me why you're getting a master's in petroleum engineering if your long-term plan is to be a teacher with Katy ISD. What's your thought process there?
Because my expertise area is reservoir engineering, and it has been mainly the most impacted, the most affected in the oil business. So that's what I'm dealing with my mentor, the university where I'm taking the master in business in Scotland, to looking for an alternative area like completion or drilling, which they have more field for development and employment worldwide. And this is my interest right now, to develop the project to give me the introduction to this new area in the petroleum business.
So then, do I understand you correctly that teaching is a short-term goal for you, and that after you get your master's completed, you anticipate going back into the petroleum industry if you can?
Yeah, one of the things that I have realized inside this this opportunity that I have with the KDSD is, on first instance, if I have been teaching now as a long term, which is all the full duty of a teacher, even pay as a sub, I would have the opportunity to get into an admin position if I get a master's degree in career. So because I'm not teacher educated here in the United States, I got the opportunity to get a certification plus a master's degree and find an admin position, could be as an instructional coordinator, which could be according to my experience. But that is a expectation inside the district. Since I've been meeting people and they have been providing me advices, so I would like to have the certification with that purpose. And sorry.
Your Honor, can I just ask him a question I think might clear this up?
You may. I have always opened the witness back up to both lawyers after I ask questions. So, Mr. Adams, if you have any questions, you may proceed.
I was just going to say, so Mr. Alvarado, what the district told you was that because you were educated in a foreign country, correct?
Yes.
That you need to get a master's degree here in the States as part of your certification, correct?
Now, to develop as a professional in the administration side, once I get my certification.
So you're keeping both your options open by becoming a certified teacher and getting a master's in oil and gas.
Yes.
So that you could still do both.
Yes.
Thank you.
Ms. Malone, anything further from this witness?
Nothing further.
All right, Mr. Adams, you may call your next witness.
Your Honor, unfortunately, the other witnesses that we had today weren't able to make it. So Mr. Alvarado is all we got.
You rest?
Yes, sir.
All right, Ms. Malone, you may call your first witness.
I'm going to call Patricia Romero.
Mr. Romero, if you would please unmute yourself. Oh, maybe y'all are using them common mic.
We're in the
You may
same
proceed.
conference room, but maybe we could just get in the same screen. Do you want to do that?
That's okay. That's okay.
Or do you
That's
just?
okay, as long as I can hear.
Can you
hear me
I
okay?
think I'll show- Yes,
Okay.
Okay. State your name for the court, please.
My name is Patricia Romero. Patricia Carolina Romero Osorio.
And you are the respondent and counter petitioner in this case, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I'll skip over some of the stuff that we already know, just to kind of shorten the time here.
Yeah, and I know both lawyers, just so both parties know, both lawyers have more evidence about spending and things that they'd like to get into, but this is a temporary order. I'm going to let them go into that stuff on a final trial, but I do limit lawyers a little bit on these temporary orders hearings so that I don't hear stuff twice. So a lot of that stuff that I'm not letting them get into is because I anticipate that will be issues on the final trial. Ms. Malone, you may proceed.
Where are you employed?
I work for Silva Petroleum,
What is your job title?
Manager of Information Security.
And what is your annual income?
Up to December, it was around 250-ish, less than that, like 230. After COVID, the company decided not to pay out bonuses and reduce salary. So my annual income was reduced almost for 100,000.
Okay, and so when did your reduced salary take effect?
January 1st.
Okay, so whereabouts, what are you making now?
I'm making around 170-ish.
Can you tell this court about the other residences that you own? Well, let's talk about all of them. What is the address of the marital residence?
What is the what? I'm sorry.
The address?
3702 Cardiff Mist Drive, Katy, Texas 774.
And who is living there?
I'm living there with my cousin and her family. They are here after the pandemic, they came. And my mom and dad are here for the holidays and some birthdays, family birthdays.
So since the pandemic, who is there most of the time?
In the house, it's me and Alana doing her online classes. Everybody else is working more than 60 hours a week and out of the property.
Tell me about the other residences that you own.
We have a condo in Florida, which gets rented according to the season, and because of COVID, it haven't been rented at all. We have a house in Katy as well, and that's constantly rented. And I have the separate property since before I was married, and that has been constantly rented as well.
Okay, so what is the status of the mortgages of the two rentals?
I pay them all. They are negative right now because only the two houses are getting income, and the condo is not getting any income. So I try to shuffle money around to pay for all of it, and I still have to put money from my salary to pay mortgages, taxes, and insurance and all that.
So what is your monthly situation?
Sometimes I need to ask a friend for money to make ends meet until I get paid again.
The rental income that you receive from the Sterling Cloud home and the Longmont Hills home, where does that go?
It goes towards mortgage, insurance, taxes, and to pay for the loss that I'm getting from the condo. And I still need to put some money from my salary to pay to complete it.
Before Victor moved out of the marital residence, did you and he discuss finances?
Yes, I was constantly making budgets and trying to engage him into following a budget and not to spend too much. that was our conversation about finances all the time. He didn't engage in looking into the credit card statements or anything like that. I was the one that was constantly paying those.
So when the two of you were contemplating the separation, did you talk about the finances?
Well, when my main thing about the finances when we separated was to put everything on my daughter's name, because I didn't want, at the time, I was mad, and I didn't want his girlfriend to benefit from the things that him and I made together. So I wanted to put everything on my daughter's name. And he agreed. He agreed at the time, but then months passed, he changed his mind.
I'm going to show you what's entitled, I'm trying to find it. Oh, I got so many things. Here we go. Respondents Exhibit 1, and I think everybody has that. If you want me to share it, I will, but I'm going to show it to you now. Are you familiar with this document?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Your Honor,
But-
she's showing the witness something that I can't see.
It's the summary
I
of
think it's
requested.
R1. Summary of requested relief that she,
Yeah, yes.
well, Mr. Adams, have you been given a copy of her exhibits?
I am, Your Honor, and I'm not trying to say Miss Malone's doing anything untoward. I just feel uncomfortable with somebody passing stuff to a witness, and I'm not. I mean, I don't know what that is. I mean, I understand what she's saying, but she could also share that virtually and/or not hand her anything.
Okay,
No
I will
objections
share it
overruled.
virtually.
Hold on. Ms. Lamone, you don't need to share it virtually if you don't know how or if that's going to take a while. I've got R1 in front of me, and she can testify from R1. You're an officer of the court. I'm assuming you're showing her Respondent's Exhibit number 1, which was provided to the court and to Mr. Adams.
Thank you, Judge. Are you familiar with that document?
Yes,
And you've had an opportunity to review that document?
yes.
Okay, and so with regard to the properties, what are you asking the court today to order?
We're asking division property 50%.
On a temporary basis,
Oh,
who do you want to have exclusive use and possession of the marital residence located on Cardiff Miss Drive?
yeah, I am living there with my daughter, so I would stay there. That's what I'm asking.
And what would you, what are you asking the court to do with regard to the rental properties?
That both of us pay 50-50 on everything related to the rental properties, and benefit from it as well if there is any gain.
So who primarily manages those rental properties?
I do. I received the rent. I pay. I received the rent. They pay it to me, and then I have to pay the mortgage, the insurance, the taxes, everything. I managed all the repairs. If there is any repair, I have to find someone to do it for me.
Who are you asking the court to appoint to manage or to continue to manage those properties?
Victor.
Are there any outstanding taxes owed on any of those rental properties?
Yes, because again, they are losses right now, all because of COVID. And actually because my my workplace didn't pay the bonus that they always pay in December. That's what I used to pay the taxes. I haven't been able to pay it.
When are those taxes due?
January 31st.
Do you know how much those taxes are?
It might be around 8,000 per property.
So you're saying a total of $16,000 in property taxes for those 2 rentals here in Katy?
Yeah, around that.
Do you have $16,000 available to you?
I don't.
When you and Victor discussed arrangements with the child when he was moving out in August of 2019, what was the biggest issue that he was concerned with?
He told me that he couldn't help me because he didn't have any income. He couldn't help me with child support, so that he would help me around the house, and so that I didn't have to pay for a babysitter. So that's when I told him that he could help in the morning, so I didn't have to hire a babysitter. And that's what he did. Also, I offered that to him because I didn't want an abrupt change on my daughter's access to her dad. So that way she would be able to see him every morning.
And so is that what happened?
It happened for maybe like a month or so. And Victor one day just didn't show up. And I texted him, hey, what's going on? Are you coming? And normally he would be there at 5 because I need to leave at that time for work. And he replied back maybe around 6 saying that he would be there about 6:30. And that, and I told him, yeah, please be here because I need to leave for work. And during the day we started talking about it, and I told him, hey, I cannot afford that you don't show up one day. So I need to get a babysitter for this. And I know, he told me, yeah, because the responsibility to take Alana is both of us. And I said, I totally agree. The responsibility to take Alana to school is both of us. And also the responsibility for her childcare is both of us. So if we need to pay for childcare, you need to help me as well. And I replied that on the text.
And has he helped you with any childcare?
No, he has not.
What possession and access schedule are the 2 of you doing right now?
Well, before summer last year, we used to do every other Friday. I mean, every other weekend. Every other weekend, she would go there and here. And every Tuesday, I believe, or no, every Thursday, every Tuesday and Thursday, she would go to her dad's after school and stay till maybe 8:30 or 9 p.m. He would drop her back to the house. After summer, and because of the pandemic as well, and she going to class in the house online, I told him instead of doing every other weekend, so that she wouldn't spend long time without seeing her dad, I told him, let's do one day a weekend instead of every other weekend. So the 2 days that we can have, one is you, one is me, so she can see you every week constantly. I offered him that and he took it. I offer also to sleep there one day a week, which in this case is Tuesdays. And every other week she would go there for dinner, and he would drop her off around 8:30 or so.
So this 1 day per weekend for him, 1 day weekend for you, is that working out for everybody?
Well, not really, because I have been asking him constantly many times to go back to the every other weekend schedule, because sometimes I cannot schedule something for the weekend if we want to go to San Antonio, for example. I cannot do that for the weekend. And it's very hard to change the schedule with him because, again, sometimes he doesn't answer or he has things to schedule, which is fine. I mean, he has things to schedule. We can do it another weekend, but it's very hard if we don't have at least 2 days during the weekend.
Were there ever any occasions on which you offered him to have more possession than that agreed upon time?
Yes, I'm always asking him if I don't have plans, he can take her. Sometimes he asks me, hey, if you don't have plans, can I take her earlier? And I said, yeah, sure, come early. If like Columbus Day, I offer him that because he didn't have class or work that day, and Alana didn't have class, I told him if he wanna take her for Christmas Eve. That was my week for Christmas. I told him, hey, if you want to see her during Christmas Eve, so that she can at least wish you Merry Christmas, we can do that. We can meet somewhere and do that. And she spends Christmas Day with him. Granted, the next week, he asked me if I wanted to spend a little bit of time with her to do Happy New Year, and we did that. So we're always constantly talking about those type of exchanges and change of schedules and offering him more time anytime.
What are some of the issues that you've experienced with Victor with regard to possession and access?
Well, it's very hard to coordinate with him. Sometimes he doesn't answer the text. One thing that concerns me is that he would talk to Alana first before talking to me. So he would tell her, hey, I would pick you up around, I would pick you up around 4:30. And I don't know about it. And then she's all running around trying to get ready because her dad would be there soon. Then he would tell me, one day it was, I had plans with her and he was supposed to pick her up in the evening around 7 or so. And I had plans with her at 5. And around 4, she comes running to my bedroom and she says, hey, my dad is in Kroger and he's gonna come to pick me up right after that. And I was like, no, your dad is coming back. He's coming to pick you up at 7. So I was going to text him and I saw a text from him saying, hey, at what time do I pick up Alana? And I just replied, hey, you already told her you're coming this way, so just come. Because I'm not gonna tell her to change the plans again, even though I had plans with her later that day and I had to cancel those. So those are things that concern me about possession and access.
What do you think would be in the best interest of Elena?
I need her to have a set schedule. I need her, she needs to know where she's going to be next time or next week or in next day, next Saturday. She needs to be aware of all that constant schedule.
Does your daughter have any special medical needs or any medical diagnoses?
Yeah, she has high cholesterol. It's hereditary.
And generally, how is that handled by you?
Well, we cook a lot at home. My cousin is helping me a lot cooking. My mom is now here, and I try to do all healthy stuff. So I force her really to eat veggies, even though she doesn't like them at all. I force her to do exercise as well for her high cholesterol. If you talk to her, she would say, my mom forced me to go to tennis. And yes, I do, because she needs the exercise. And she needs to eat veggies in every meal.
What concerns, if any, do you have about how Victor handles those medical issues?
Well, Victor also has high cholesterol. And one thing that I remember talking to him all the time about his high cholesterol was diet. And he cooks very good. He does very fancy meals, and but he doesn't take care of the meals. He says that his high cholesterol is controlled by exercise and by a pill every day. And I don't want my daughter to go there. So that's why I need to take care of her diet now, and so it doesn't get worse.
I'm skipping over things that,
While we're gonna, right there, you said that he said it's covered by exercise, and what was the other thing?
He says that his high cholesterol is controlled by exercise and a pill every day, a pill that he takes.
a pill, medicine.
Medicine, yeah,
Oh, okay.
not with diet.
What, if any, extracurricular activities is Elena involved in?
So besides the tennis, right now she's supposed to go three times a week. We resumed that yesterday after the holidays. After tennis, besides tennis, she has math tutoring and she also has Girl Scouts.
And who has arranged the math tutoring and the Girl Scouts?
So I'm the one that has been looking for all the after school activities. I'm the one that pays for them, the coordination and all that. It's me.
What about, oh, you just testified that you're the one who takes Alana, correct?
Well, it depends on where she's at. Like Tuesdays, for example, like yesterday, she had tennis and Victor took her. But I have to remember them all the time. Hey, remember that you have tennis today, or you have math tutoring today, and all that. So it depends on where she's at.
Who helps Alana with her homework or schoolwork?
I do. I'm working from home mostly all of the time. She's doing online classes. So I'm right there every day with her. Any doubts that she has. She's doing dual language, actually 3 languages. She's doing Spanish, English, and Mandarin in this school. And any questions? Mommy, how do you say this in Spanish? I am right there helping her. After that, we make sure that she completes all her schoolwork before going to any after school. Sometimes she has some pending, and I will tell Victor, hey, make sure that she finished this today because she needs to submit it today. However, other than asking me for what's the grades that they have been posted in the school, Victor has not taken any interest in her schoolwork.
Who primarily has made Alana's doctor's and dentist appointments?
I make the appointments. I try to be there all the time. I take her. I notify Victor about the appointments. I remember one day there was we had a lab appointment for her high cholesterol, and I told Victor on Wednesday, hey, we're gonna go on Saturday, Saturday morning. We're gonna go there to take her lab work, and he didn't answer. On Saturday morning, I texted him, hey, are you coming? And he replied back, I would if you had told me with more time. And I was like, well, I told you on Wednesday. And that was about it. That was the whole conversation.
Give me an example of a usual day in your home when Alana is there.
I wake up early. My cousin and I alternate making breakfast. So I make sure that if she hasn't done anything, I make breakfast for her. I wake her up. She eats. She stays a little bit with us, talking on the on the table. And then when times comes, she goes to her desk and log in for school. And she's there till I believe 11:30, and that's when she has her lunch break. She's very independent with her school in terms of she has a watch where she knows where to log in at certain times because it's different logins per teacher. So when she goes to lunch, she eats and then stays a little bit with me and then go back to her class. She does have PE every day in this school. So that's after lunch, and she continues till I believe around, it depends, sometimes it's 3 p.m. and sometimes she finishes at 4. And after that, she goes watch a little bit of TV, completes her schoolwork. Sometimes her dad would pick her up. Sometimes we wait for my little cousin. She sometimes take Alana to ride a bike outside around the house. And that's about it. If it's not a school, an after school activity at the end of the day, we try to do something outside as well.
How is Alana doing in school?
She's doing good. She has always struggled with math. So we have her with a math tutoring since she was, I don't know, maybe 2nd grade or 3rd grade. And she continues with her math tutoring here in this school. She's doing good. Spanish, English, and Mandarin classes. Okay.
So since you've pretty much had Alana primarily this 1.5 years since the separation, has Mr. Alvarado provided any form of child support?
No, he hasn't.
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered earlier.
That was to Mr. Alvarado. And what, if anything, has occurred recently that's caused you concern with regard to how he cares for Alana?
Well, that gathering, those 2 gatherings during Thanksgiving week, it was 2 big parties. On Thanksgiving, she didn't even know the owners of the house where they spent Thanksgiving. I asked her, where did they go? And she said, I don't know who lives there. I know there were family members, but there were a lot of non-family members in that gathering for Thanksgiving. The party that Victor talked about of his brother's 25-year anniversary, I saw many pictures online, and not more than 30% of the people were using a mask. So they were not really following CDC guidelines. And
Objection, Your Honor, the witness is testifying the facts that aren't in evidence.
Sustained.
So what happened after that gathering?
After that gathering, that was Thanksgiving, she came back home that Friday just for a day and went back to her dad's. And then on Monday, she came back for school again. I started developing symptoms at the end of that week, and I had to be hospitalized for a week because I got pneumonia due to COVID. So it was very hard week. Victor took care during that week, and after well, my mom and dad were here, so we were really worried about them. Luckily, they didn't develop any more symptoms than being tired.
So while you're in the hospital, what, if any, problems occurred with regard to communication with Alana?
So Alana wouldn't call me or text me at all during that week. I was a week in the hospital and I couldn't talk, but even she wouldn't communicate with me at all during that week. I mean, she didn't.
Have you ever restricted communication between father and daughter?
No, Alana has her own phone, monitor phone for herself since way before we separated. And he calls her all the time to that phone, and she calls him whenever she wants to talk to him. I don't restrict any communications between them.
And is that the same when she is with Victor?
She never communicates with me when she's with Victor. I have to call her all the time. I can call her, but like yesterday night, she wouldn't answer the phone. And I asked Victor, hey, is everything okay? Because Alana is not answering the phone. He said, yeah, everything is okay. But I didn't see anything else.
So you testified that you had some concerns about your daughter's safety, correct?
Yes.
What do you know about Victor's drinking?
So I know he drinks. Every time we went out, we went to friends' houses. He would drink. Sometimes he's good to drive back. Sometimes I had to drive back. He would take maybe, I don't know, maybe like 3, 4, or 5, even 5 whiskeys, which have a high alcohol content. And my concern right now is that he's doing that with Alana in the back of the car.
What do you think is in the best interest of Alana with regard to conservatorship, like rights and duties, as far as medical, psychological, educational?
I think as far as all those, we have 50-50 decisions. That's her dad, and he needs to weigh in on all that. The same way that I asked him, hey, can we enroll Alana here? And he said no, in the Venezuela school, and he said no. And I said, okay, well, no, what about this one? And we discussed about it. And at the end of the conversation, he said, he texted me, okay, let's try for a year. And after a year, we can reevaluate. And not long ago, I believe it was like 3-4 days ago, I sent him a text saying, hey, it's time to re-enrollment. We need to sit down and discuss where is Alana going next, if we are liking this school or if we want her to go back. And I didn't get a response from him.
So has there been a decision made with regard to where Alana's going to be going to school next fall?
Well, because he haven't answered me yet, what I'm trying to do is enroll her in both. So whenever I get an answer from him, we can decide where of those 2 schools she's going.
So what do you feel is in Alana's best interest with regard to child support?
Child support, well, by all means, whatever he can support me with, it's very well received. I needed, like you saw on my mediation budget, I make enough to pay for all the activities and all the houses and all the stuff, more now that my paycheck was reduced and my income was reduced a lot.
And what about medical support?
Well, my work give us medical insurance. I'm good there. However, whatever happens after the deductible, both of us needs to contribute to that.
Do you think that he should reimburse you for all or some portion of the medical insurance, dental and vision insurance premiums that come out of your paycheck?
For Alana, yes, it should be half and half.
Pass the witness at this time.
We're going to go ahead and take our afternoon break. We're going to stand in recess for 15 minutes. We will resume in 15 minutes with the cross-examination. We're going off the record.
Thank you.
Court's back on the record in the Alvarado Romero matter. Mr. Adams, you may proceed with your cross-examination of Ms. Romero.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, you prefer Miss Romero?
Yeah, that's good.
Um,
Not mine.
Ms. Romero said you were a manager of information security for Citgo. Is that correct?
Correct.
What does a manager of information security do?
Well, basically, at this point, because cybersecurity is a huge deal, I would monitor that program, the cybersecurity.
So you're a cybersecurity expert, right?
Not an expert, but I know some about it, and I manage a team that those are the experts.
Okay. When you had a private investigator figure out that your husband was having an affair, how did you meet that person?
I can hear you. I'm sorry. I can hear you.
You were cutting out, David.
When you had a investigator find out that your husband was having an affair, how did you meet that private investigator?
I look up online.
You looked it up online. Who was the private investigator?
Keith, I don't remember his name. Keith. Great. Start with an F. I don't really remember the name.
How much did you pay him?
I paid.
Judge, I'm going to object to relevance as to temporary
relevant?
orders.
What's the relevance as far as temporary orders, Mr. Adams?
Well, Your Honor, it seems to be at issue how much money she has and who's wasted what with whom. So, I mean, I would think it's relevant how much money she spent on a private investigator.
I think it's,
All right, the objection sustained. Objection sustained. Next question.
Ms. Romero, you said that you used to make $230,000 a year, correct?
I used to, yes.
Now you make about $170,000 a year, correct?
Correct.
You think that Mr. Alvarado should pay you support and he made $22,000 last year, correct?
Because he's underemployed.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
Sustained.
Ms. Romero, you asked that Mr. Alvarado should pay you support. You make $170,000 and he made $22,000 last year, correct?
Correct.
You said that you need to ask friends for money on a monthly basis to make ends meet, correct?
Correct.
So last month, how much money did you get from your friends?
I think it was about 1,000, maybe.
$1,000. Who did you get that money from?
Enrique Euskadi.
Have you gotten money from him before?
Yes.
How much money have you been loaned by him?
Total, I don't know, but in another month it was maybe like 1,000 again. I pay him back whenever I get my paycheck.
So I'm sorry, who is this person's name?
Enrique Euskadi.
So Enrique regularly has a line of credit for you?
No, I just ask him for help
And why does he do that?
because he's my friend. He works with me.
He works with you at Citgo.
Uh-huh.
Is he one of the people that you manage?
No.
No. What department does he work in?
He's
objection, Judge. What relevance does this have?
Overall, you may answer that.
He's in IT.
He's in information technology and you manage cybersecurity.
Correct.
Do you have any other people that you work with who loan you thousands of dollars on a regular basis?
No.
Is there anybody else that loans you money?
Not that I can think of.
Okay, so the only times that you've been loaned money to make ends meet was from Enrique, and you just stated it was 2 times. Is that correct?
It might have been 3. I don't really remember right now.
So 2 or 3 times you didn't have enough money to make ends meet, and so you borrowed some from Enrique, correct? Correct?
Yes, correct.
And so that couldn't have been more than $3,000?
Maybe 1,000 each month. So it would be around that. I don't know.
You also said that you manage all of the rental properties, correct?
Correct.
You receive the money and you pay all the bills.
Yes,
And you also said those are operating at a loss, correct?
correct.
You're in control of that business. So if it's operating at a loss, it's on you, right?
No, it's a managed company. It's a, I don't know if you know Destin, it's a Sun Destin. It's a rental property that it's like a hotel room, and the same building, the same resort are in charge of renting it out.
So
And they rent it out based on a schedule.
Objection, Your Honor. Narrative.
Sustained.
Ms. Romero. So I'll ask you again, so now I'm confused. You said that you manage the rental properties, correct?
I manage all the payments. I receive the money and pay the mortgage and pay the taxes. That's all I do.
Right. So
And the
you-
insurance.
right. So you control how much money is received. You control the expenses and what they are, right?
Correct.
So if the properties aren't making money, you could sell them, quit paying them, whatever, correct?
Can you repeat that again?
You are in control of the rental properties. If they're not profitable, you could do something about that, correct?
Oh yeah, we have it listed to be sold, and we got an offer. Someone texted us to buy it, and I discussed it with Victor and I told him, hey, how much do you want to sell it for? Because I need his input for this. And he told me, let's tell him, I don't remember how much he told me, 130. And the buyer, he didn't agree, so he didn't buy it. But we have it listed.
So again, Ms. Romero, you're in control of those properties. And how
Objection
profitable they
asked and
are.
answered.
Sustained.
Ms. Romero, you said that everyone that lives at your house works more than 60 hours a week. Is that right?
Mostly everybody, they are outside of the house mostly all of the time. My little cousin, she works maybe like 40. Her dad works more than 40 for sure, almost 60 hours. Her mom, she works less. She works part-time, and her son, he works around 40, I would say.
So the only people that are living at the marital home is your little cousin, her dad, her mom, and their son.
Yes, and right now my mom and dad are staying visiting. My mom is 80 and 75, 79, and my dad is 80.
Okay. How long have they been staying at your house?
Since the pandemic. March.
Your parents have been staying at your house since March?
Oh, no. I thought you were talking about my cousin. My parents, they came right after Thanksgiving.
Right after Thanksgiving. And where did they come from?
Venezuela.
Venezuela. How'd they get here?
They flew. Okay. Plane.
Flew. So right after Mr. Alvarado went to this event that you're concerned about because of COVID exposure, your parents flew in from Venezuela. Is that right?
Correct.
And then you also said you have 4 other people living in your home who all work jobs primarily outside the home, correct?
Correct. Following CDC guidelines.
Oh, you go to work with them every day? You know they follow CDC
No,
guidelines?
Objection argumentative.
Sustained.
You said earlier, ma'am, that you didn't want an abrupt change to Elena's life, so you asked Mr. Alvarado to help out in the morning times. Is that correct?
I asked him for that because I didn't want an abrupt change.
Objection,
And-
Your Honor, non-responsive.
Sustained after I asked him that.
So, Ms. Romero, you were aware that Victor spent a lot of time with your daughter. It would be detrimental to her for him not to be around, correct?
No, I didn't want her to suffer that suddenly when he moved out. Eventually, obviously, the access is going to be different because he decided to break the marriage.
Mr. Merrill, isn't it true that you confronted your husband about the affair and dictated terms of the divorce to him?
It's true. Not terms. I did say, this is what I'm offering. And if it's not going to be this way, then we will contest the divorce, and it's going to be public like it is right now. That's what I told him.
Right.
I didn't tell him that I would stop paying his insurance.
Okay. But you did try to use the fact that you found out he had an affair as a way to leverage a better divorce for yourself, right?
Well, yeah, I told him that the whole divorce was going to be public. So the affair was going to be there.
Earlier, Ms. Malone asked you, what are some things that concern you about Victor's behavior, him having possession of Elena? And one of the things you said that it was very hard to coordinate possession and access with Victor, correct?
Correct.
Isn't it true that it would be a lot easier to coordinate possession and access if you had a schedule that was written down, both parties had?
Totally agree with you.
Right. And so if you had a standard possession order, it would be easy for you to follow that written order, right?
No, we can have any order. The standard is the standard, but any order would be easy to follow.
Okay. Later, Ms. Malone asked you if there was anything recent that concerned you. And you mentioned something about Mr. Alvarado's drinking and driving, and that there were times where he used to have whiskeys, correct?
Correct.
Mr. Merrill, isn't it true that you've never seen Mr. Alvarado drive your daughter drunk?
No, I've never.
Right. Okay. So when was the last time that Mr. Alvarado drank and then you had to drive him home?
There was a party of one of his friends, and actually that was February 2019, and that is when I actually found out about the
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
Sustained.
So ma'am, February 2019 was the last time that you had to drive Mr. Alvarado home after he drank too much?
Yes,
After February of 2019, you continued to allow Mr. Alvarado to drive your daughter around by himself, correct?
yeah, but he wasn't drinking.
Right. So you trusted that he knew when to drink and when not to drink, correct?
Not at night at parties. He didn't go with her.
So after February of 2019, what you want this court to believe is that you never allowed Victor to drive your daughter in the evening time unsupervised.
He never went to a party, only with her, to drive back home.
So you're only concerned about his drinking and driving when he goes to a party.
No, he doesn't drink if it's not in a party. That's what I know.
So he doesn't have a drinking problem.
I'm not saying he has a drinking problem.
Okay. You also mentioned that your daughter has high cholesterol, correct, ma'am?
Correct.
And you actually said that Mr. Alvarado has the same condition. Is that right?
Correct.
Isn't it true that since Mr. Alvarado has the condition, he'd be the one better situated to know how to treat it than you would, ma'am?
Yeah, he's the one that has it. But my advice to him was to also watch his diet because he's
Sure.
not watching his diet.
Sure. But you don't have high cholesterol, correct?
No, I don't.
You said that exercise was something that's really good for your daughter's condition, correct?
Correct.
When was the last time that you and your daughter went and exercised together?
I have been like 2 weeks ago that we
What did-
went on a bike ride. I couldn't that much because of COVID effects. But before COVID, we used to at least 2 times a week do something.
And what would you guys do?
We would go to a bike ride. I joined her on her PE classes sometimes and play with her. But that's about it. We walk the dogs.
Isn't it true that out of you and your husband, Mr. Alvarado is the more physically active?
Oh yeah, totally.
Right. So just from that perspective, your daughter would probably be better off, given her condition, with a parent that's more physically active, correct?
Objection calls for speculation.
Your Honor, it's
Oh,
pretty
you can answer.
straightforward. Thank you. Ms. Romero, wouldn't your daughter be better off with Mr. Alvarado, just in terms of her medical condition, since he's more physically active?
I don't believe so.
Okay. You said sometimes you force her to do it.
Well, she's enrolled in tennis classes. I have asked her what does she want to do as term of physically being active. And she hasn't come up yet with anything. So she's enrolled in tennis, and I discuss that with Victor all the time. We're gonna enroll her this time, we're gonna enroll her, and he has agreed. She needs the physical activity, so yes, she would say I force her, but I take her to the class.
Are there other physical activities she's willing to do? You don't have to force her?
She haven't communicated that with me. So I keep asking her, if you don't want to do tennis, tell me what you want to do. And she haven't. She said she wants to stay in the couch, which
So
is not an
you-
option in my house.
So you struggle to motivate her to be physically active, correct?
No, I go with her and take her and try to explain to her what is good for her.
But as you just said, she still wants to sit on the couch, correct?
Mm-hmm. Correct.
Ma'am, you also mentioned that you were concerned a lot about the gatherings that your husband is taking your daughter to, correct?
Concerned, what do you mean?
You said you were concerned about the holiday gatherings that Mr. Alvarado took your daughter to.
Yes.
Ma'am, do you feel like you're personally concerned about COVID-19?
I am concerned because how it affected me.
Sure. How about before you got COVID-19?
Oh,
Were
yeah.
you afraid of contracting it?
Right, yes. I kept her going to classes online so that she was not that exposed in school. And I also work from home so that I'm not exposed there. I take all my precautions when I go out with mask and all that.
Do you think that there's a safe way for Mr. Alvarado to have your daughter see his family, given what's going on
yes,
with COVID-19?
Totally. They need to follow CDC guidelines.
Okay. So what is your issue with the events that he took your daughter to?
That they don't follow CDC guidelines.
Were you there at the event, ma'am?
No, but I saw pictures.
So you don't know what Victor or your daughter did or what guidelines they did or didn't follow while they were there.
I saw pictures.
You saw pictures of your daughter and Victor?
Yes.
But
And
you weren't,
everybody else that was in that room.
but you weren't there at the event to know whether the pictures were accurate or not, correct?
Okay, no, I wasn't there.
And just so we're clear, again, after those gatherings that Victor took your daughter to, you continued to live with.
Objection asked and answered, and I think we need to move on from this.
I haven't heard the question yet, but can you finish your question, Mr. Adams, and then I'll roll?
Ms. Romero, after Mr. Alvarado took your daughter to those two gatherings, you continued to live with 6 other people, some who had internationally traveled and some who continued to go to work outside the home on a regular basis, correct?
I'm going to re-urge my objection. That's asked and answered.
The objection sustained. I've heard that.
Give me just 1 second now. Ms. Romero, you haven't said anything to disagree with the fact that your husband was the primary caregiver prior to you finding out about this affair, correct?
Yes, I haven't had the opportunity yet.
That's it, Your Honor. Nothing further.
Malone?
Just a couple. Let's clarify about the rental properties. I know that you had testified about who you wanted to manage those rental properties on a temporary basis. Have you had a chance to think about the questions that were asked?
Yeah, so I didn't understand the question at the beginning, but I would like to continue managing the property.
Okay, and how much of a deficit situation are you in each month?
It might be like around 3,000 just for the properties.
And so what have you done in order to try to make up for that deficit?
I've been paying it with my salary.
And even with your salary, have you been in a deficit situation each month?
That's why I have to ask for help.
And by help, you mean you've borrowed money?
Yeah.
Okay. So just to clarify, you will continue to do what you've been doing this year and a half by managing those properties?
I can still do that.
Okay. And with regard to Mr. Adams' question about the who was the primary caregiver for Elena while prior to the separation, can you clarify a little bit, and maybe we can break it down? First of all, who took Elena to school?
It was Victor. In the mornings he would take her. Again, like he said, they would him with a friend. They would carpool Monday to Thursday, and I would take her every Friday.
And then who picked her up from school?
From school, it was either Victor or his friend, Monday to Thursday, so 2 days each, I guess. And then on Fridays, I would pick her up.
Okay. And would you classify providing transportation to school as being a primary caretaker?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor. This is outside the scope of the direct or the cross, so we originally did.
The objection's overruled. You may answer that.
So what other tasks would you classify as a primary caregiver would have?
Helping out work is fundamental. Entertainment and exercise and food.
Okay, and who primarily helped Elena with schoolwork?
I do.
And who primarily prepares meals for Elena?
So at that time, it was a 50-50. Victor would do a lot of the fancy meals. I would do the basic meals because I don't cook well. But I would do maybe chicken or steaks and things like that. Rice, she loves rice. So it was 50-50.
So after the separation in August of 2019, who has been primarily tasked with providing meals for Elena?
I am.
And what about shopping for groceries and things that Elena needs?
I am.
Elena's necessities such as clothing, shoes, I don't know, hygiene items, those types of things.
Yeah, I am.
And what about taking her to doctors and dental appointments?
I am.
How many times have Victor taken her to any doctors or dental appointments since August of 2019?
Maybe like 2-3 times. He did take her I was in the hospital last month, and I made sure that she attended her dentist appointment where I told him to take her.
How did you communicate that to him?
I texted him.
And Did he know about the appointment?
Yes,
Okay, so you were just sending a reminder?
yes.
And what about ensuring that Elena is in math tutoring? Because you had previously testified she's not very good at math and she's been in tutoring since second grade. Who has arranged that?
So I am in a group chat with her best friend's mom, who we share the hour for tutoring, and the teacher is also there. Granted that the teacher also teach at Victor's school, and sometimes she communicates directly with Victor. But in this chat that I am in, we communicate the times and the days if there is any change. So I relay that to Victor if he has that, if he has possession of Alana that.
Pass the witness.
Ms. Romero,
Mr. Adams?
sorry, Your Honor. Ms. Romero, doesn't it make sense that you do the majority of the caregiving for your daughter since you asked your husband to move out and your daughter stayed with you?
No, it doesn't make sense.
Does it make sense that when you asked your husband to move out, he had to do less of the caregiving?
Well, I asked him to move out because of the situation we were in. He offered to take care of her, and suddenly one day he didn't show up anymore. So I had to take care of everything.
So, Ms. Romero, I'll ask you again. Doesn't it make sense that you would do the majority of the caregiving since you asked your husband to move out of your home, correct?
Not since I asked him to move out, but because she's living more of the time with him.
That's all, Your Honor.
Ms. Malone?
Just one question. Did you ask Mr. Alvarado to assist you with her caregiving?
Yes, so that her access to her dad wouldn't be disrupted.
And what was his answer?
He said yes at the beginning, and then suddenly he didn't do it anymore.
And did he convey to you why he didn't want to do it anymore?
Because he was running.
And that girlfriend of his is in his running club?
Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered.
Asked of Mr. Alvarado. Pass the witness.
Section 16. Mr. Adams?
I'm good, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Malone, you may call your next witness.
I'm going to reciprocate. We do have people on standby, but in the interest of time, and also since this is for temporary orders, a lot of the things were already testified to that we have the witnesses for. So I'm not going to waste a whole lot of time there. I'm not going to call them. So.
Your Honor.
Respondent ready?
I'm sorry.
Are you resting your case in chief?
Well, besides attorney's fees, we'll go ahead and rest.
Okay, Mr. Adams, any rebuttal witnesses you'd like to call?
No, Your Honor. Closing argument.
All right, I'm going to give each side a brief closing, and lawyers, if you would just keep it less than 10 minutes for me, please. And Mr. Adams, you may proceed with your closing.
Thank you. Your Honor, I think the evidence has shown that several things. One of those things being that I think Ms. Romero makes a lot of money. I think she has access to a lot of money. And I think it's pretty ridiculous that she's now asking her husband, who made $22,000 last year, for support. I don't think that's very genuine, as I heard someone say earlier. I also think it's a little ridiculous for her to act like she's that enraged about the COVID-19 exposure. I'm sure she is concerned about it, like everyone is, but I would also say that she's exposed herself and her daughter with the people she's kept in her home. I know that they're family, but her parents traveled internationally, and I know from Mr. Alvarado, that's not the first time that they've done that. I know that she has several other people that work outside the home, full-time jobs, plus some, according to her. I also think it's very likely she could have got it from them. I also think that Ms. Romero didn't dispute today is that Mr. Alvarado did the majority of the parenting from the time Elena was a young baby, basically until these two people separated. Now, the court, I'm sure, will think what it wants about why he decided to leave Elena behind. But I think the evidence is pretty clear that he's been over backwards in a lot of ways to restructure his life around this girl and around her priorities, to engage in activities with her that she likes to do, like cycling and exercise. And even Miss Romero freely admits that that's the case. And I would just point out that I think that any primary caregiving position that Miss Romero has taken over since these two have separated has been because she asked Mr. Alvarado to leave. And he thought was best for their family to decrease their tensions. According to both these parties, they didn't communicate well and didn't get along well for years before this affair. That's the reason why we had evidence that the first time they talked about separation was back in 2012. Final thing I would say, Your Honor, is that Mr. Alvarado has taken steps to be the primary conservator. We heard evidence that both parties allowed a 10-plus-year-old girl to sleep with them in their bed. I know that's something that the court probably doesn't like. Mr. Alvarado has taken steps to rectify that issue, get his daughter her own room, and get her to sleep in her own bed. If for no other fact, then she needs to be emotionally independent enough to do that. And the other thing I would say too, Your Honor, I think there was some confusion earlier about what Mr. Alvarado's future looks like. He's becoming a certified teacher. He is getting a master's degree in oil and gas. That master's degree he's getting in oil and gas, he's using it to become a certified teacher. Now, we may call him not committed. Some may call him smart. I think he's smart that he's going to leave the door open to a lucrative career, especially if and when his daughter isn't at that same school. But as of right now, of these two parents, this is the parent, if he were awarded primary conservatorship, who could get the most bang for his buck by spending time with her, by exercising, actively engaging with her. And even Ms. Romero said, her health is very important. She's not much of a cook. Mr. Alvarado could do that stuff. And Ms. Romero, with her full-time job as a manager of information security, just doesn't have that time. I think that it is important, and I'll put this in my closing argument. I'm sure we can talk about it later. I think it's important to hear from Elena. So to the extent that the court thinks that that's important before making a ruling, I think it would be as well. I know she's under the age that the family code mandates that we can do that. She's 11, but she is the only child, and she's pretty mature according to both these parties. And I would think, given what we're talking about, that would probably make some sense. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. Ms. Malone, you may proceed with your closing.
Sure. Judge, Mr. Alvarado, just since October 2020, is setting up this whole paper tiger to get us to believe that he has the best interest of his child in mind. First of all, we know that he got a one-bedroom apartment. He testified it didn't even occur to him what would be in Elena's best interest. He's lived in that apartment over a year until we reached an impasse at mediation, until he decided he needed to get a two-bedroom because, for obvious reasons. And he did testify too that his counsel advised him to do that. So even after that, it didn't even occur to him until his attorney told him to do that. The next thing is the exhibits themselves that were admitted. P1, after the impasse at mediation, he is just setting this thing up to make it look like he's father of the year because he's got the microscope on him. P3, that was taken in late December when they were riding bikes together after the impasse at mediation. P4 and P5, pictures of his new apartment the new 2-bedroom apartment he just now moved into. Now, I don't want this court to punish my client for having been the primary breadwinner these past couple of years while Mr. Alvarado had other pursuits and interests he wanted to take part in. And we shouldn't punish her, because even after the separation, when she asked Mr. Alvarado to take the child to school and he cut out on her, she got a babysitter to do it. And even while they were living together still, while Mr. Alvarado was there, she came home, she picked up the child from school, she still cleaned the house, she took care of paying all the bills. So I don't think we need to punish this mom for having a full-time job. I don't think that's anything to sneeze at, and I think that's very admirable. She wears a lot of different hats, and my hat's off to her. Since the separation, he took the child to school for a couple of weeks. And then after that, he's had no other substantive involvement. He testified he hasn't been involved in the school. He hasn't gone to any meetings at the school. And he's living in the past. We're living in a new reality with this separation. He's testified, I used to do this and I used to do that, but now that they're separated, he no longer has any interests except his girlfriend, golf, running club, dining out, going out and doing all of these things. And with regard to child support, he testified he realizes that every parent who has a child has the obligation to support their child to the extent that they can support them. And my client's not asking for spousal support. My client's asking that he pay some portion, some modicum of child support to show that he's responsible and that he has an obligation to this child. And another thing, he moved out in August of 2019. He didn't file for divorce until September 2020. So if that child was so important and if he needed to have primary conservatorship of that child, why not file for divorce right then and there when you're moving out? Get some orders in place. Let's have this hearing that we're having right now, right off the bat. Why not get some court orders that govern the parties instead of letting a year and a half pass by? That doesn't show that he has the child's best interest in mind if he keeps saying that my client doesn't have any interaction with her and has no time for her. Okay. Mr. Alvarado testified he has a second bedroom now for that child, but he also testified that child's still sleeping in his bed. So that child's bedroom in his apartment's not even getting used anyway. So, and we are not exactly opposed to you conferring with the child. However, you know, I think that Mr. Alvarado considers himself the fun parent and, you know, Mr. Let's go do stuff, we're always out and about kind of stuff. But my client's the one who's ensuring she's going to tutoring, setting her up with tutoring, making sure that she's doing the tennis lessons, making sure that she's logging on to her schools, making sure that she's doing her homework, making sure that she's eating vegetables and doing and doing some healthy things. So, you know, again, paper tiger, that's all this is. It's a big facade, and I hope you're not buying it. That's all.
Thank you. The court's ruling is going to be as follows. I will say, before I give my ruling, I do think that meeting with Alana might be wise prior to a final trial, if that is proposed by the lawyers. She does, from what I've heard, sound like a very intelligent and mature young lady. And this is a huge decision on a final as far as where this child's going to be living primarily. And my personal opinion is that based on what I've heard about her, probably not that I'm going to follow if I'm the one, the judge is hearing the final, follow whatever she wishes. But certainly think she should have a voice and be able to at least talk to a judge that's deciding those kinds of things. So I'm not going to necessarily rule on that today, but I am open to the idea of talking to her. And it sounds like both lawyers think that might be a good idea. But I'm not going to do that prior to a temporary order ruling. These temporary orders are mainly to maintain the status quo of the parties and the child until we can get such time that we have a final trial hearing. Again, that's why I limited these lawyers into going into certain topics. I'm sure they would have much preferred to have, 2-day trial or more time, call more witnesses. Both lawyers, I'm sure, wanted that. But with these temporary orders, we have to limit the amount of time because otherwise courts wouldn't get a whole lot done. Like we spent all day today on this temporary orders hearing. I will say this too. I don't find that it's a show by Mr. Alvarado. I think that Mr. Alvarado is a very involved dad, and I'm glad to hear that. I think that when you have an involved mom and an involved dad, that gives a child the most or the best opportunity for success in life. I also am very happy to hear that the two of you have been working well together without a court order in place. I know there's been a little bumps in the road, and that's to be expected when you have issues like y'all have in your case. There's going to be anger, there's going to be resentment, there's going to, on both sides, because for whatever reason they feel like their needs weren't met or someone violated the covenant of the marriage relationship. And I understand that as a judge. I understand those emotions. That's very common in a divorce case. But what I'm really impressed with is the two of you have been able to put some of those personal feelings aside and make decisions that are best for your daughter. And that's to be complimented, and I hope that y'all continue to do that. That can continue after today's date. All right, the court's ruling is as follows. Entry of the order will be February the 10th, 2021 at 9 a.m. That entry is going to be by submission. Ms. Malone, you'll draft the order. The parents are appointed temporary joint managed conservators. Mother is going to be given the exclusive right to determine the residence within Fort Bend County or any county contiguous to Fort Bend County. Mother will be awarded the exclusive right to receive and disperse child support payments. Mother has the following exclusive rights, but all three of these are conditioned on she must first make a good faith effort to obtain a joint agreement with father. But after she's made a good faith effort to obtain a joint agreement with father, she's given the exclusive right to make educational decisions, invasive medical decisions, and psychiatric and psychological decisions. The right to represent the child in legal action and the right to marriage and enlistment is going to require the joint agreement of both parents. All of their duties are going to be shared independently between the mother and the father. Father is awarded an expanded standard possession order. Standard pickup and drop-off provisions per the Texas Family Law Practice Manual will be included in that. And Ms. Romero, that doesn't mean that he can't have additional time. Right now, he has a job that is perfect for him spending additional time with her. And I would much rather see her spending time with her dad than with someone else. So if he's got time and it's not in the order and it works out for her and it works out for him, give him the additional time. I'm not going to fault you for doing that. In fact, a lot of times it's bothers me more when I have a parent that won't do that, because then I think, well, perhaps I need to go the other way with custody because the other parent may be better at fostering a relationship with the parent that's not in primary possession of the child. So continue doing what you've been doing. Let him see her whenever it works for his schedule and her schedule. The parent not in possession shall have reasonable telephone access with the child on a daily basis. I'm just going to say that's the provision for the temporary order. If they can't follow that and I need to make that enforceable in a final or beef up that language, I'll do it. Or I'll let the lawyers do that if y'all want to work out some different arrangement. But I want both mom and dad to be able to call her and say goodnight, talk to her when it's not their day in possession. Husband is ordered to pay guideline child support. I calculate that amount to be $330.41. That's to begin on February the 15th, 2021, and on the 15th of each month thereafter. That child support is to be paid through an income withholding order. Mothers to continue to provide health insurance and dental insurance from the child. I'm not ordering dad to reimburse that cost because I didn't hear the cost. And my guess is he's going to be capped at 9% even if we did that. But mom's just going to continue to pay the health insurance and the dental insurance. Any uninsured medical expenses are going to be divided 50% between mom and dad. I want to include standard mutual injunctions within the temporary order. So I know there's a standing order in place, but I'd just like both these parents to have one order that they can look at that details all their rights and obligations. So the standard mutual injunctions are to be included in the temporary order. It's as to property and as to the parties. I want an additional injunction, a mutual injunction prohibiting either parent from using the child as a messenger. And neither parent is to operate a motor vehicle with an alcoholic beverage in the vehicle. I'm not limiting you guys from drinking alcohol. You're allowed to drink alcohol when you're in the possession of a child. I didn't hear enough today that I think I need to limit that, but I don't. There was a little bit of confusion on the testimony. I'm not sure if the child's actually in the car and there's an open beverage. It sounds like that may be the case, and I don't want that taking place. That's not allowed by the law, and that doesn't need to be taking place. So include that injunction in there. As Mr. Adams pointed out in his closing, the court's not thrilled with the fact that Alana's sleeping in bed with her parents at age 11. I don't think that's appropriate. I'm not going to make that an injunction that y'all can't do that because this is something I think she probably needs to transition out of, but I would highly encourage both mom and dad to get her to start sleeping in her own bed and start transitioning that now, because I can tell you in a final order, I may very well make that an injunction because what Mr. Adams said in the closing is correct. She needs to be emotionally stable enough that she can sleep in her own bed at this age. And I want that to take place, but I'm not ordering that. Also, one note that I had is the parties need to review these injunctions with their attorneys. There's an injunction against selling any personal property while this case is pending. There's also injunctions that prohibit lavish spending. So, you know, if I'm a substitute teacher and I'm spending $14,000 a month, or that it looks to me like that's about what's being spent based on the testimony that I heard, that might be considered excessive. And we might need to look at that and curtail that spending. And mom, you should not be selling all personal property while this case is pending without consulting with your lawyer, getting permission to do that, and talking to the other side and before something like that takes place. So go over those injunctions with your lawyers. Mom is given the exclusive use of the marital residence located at 3702 Cardiff Mist Drive in Katy, Texas. She's given exclusive use of the 2017 Land Rover, any personal property in her possession. She's to pay the debts associated with that property, and she's also to continue paying any debts that she's currently paying or debts in her name. Father is awarded the exclusive use of his apartment at 2727 Commercial Center Boulevard, number 468 in Katy, Texas. He's also awarded the exclusive use of the 2016 Audi Q5. He's awarded the exclusive use of his personal property in his possession. And he's ordered to pay the debts associated with the property that he's getting exclusive use of and any debts in his name. Mother is awarded the exclusive use of the rental properties and is to continue to maintain those rental properties, meaning she has authority to receive the income from those, and she's also responsible for the timely payment of the property taxes and the mortgage and the insurance on those properties. The request for father to contribute half of the expenses or the net expenses associated with those properties is denied at this time. Meaning, Mom, I know the income may not bring in enough to pay those expenses, but right now that's on your shoulders because you're the main source of income in this community estate right now. Parties are ordered to mediate on or before May 1st, 2021 for final orders. The request for interim fees and temporary spousal support is denied at this time. I may reconsider that at a later date, but right now, based on the amount of money that's in the bank account, it appears to me that that's not a request I'm going to grant. It looks like there's significant income taxes that may be due in the next couple of months, and it may be that I need to reconsider interim fees prior to a final trial. But for purposes of the temporary orders, I'm not going to order that at this time. All other relief that was requested is denied. Anything further we need to address from either side on the record before we go off the record?
Not that I can think of, Your Honor.
No, Judge, I think
All
you
right, thank
covered it pretty good.